Hey guys, good morning everyone. All right, starting a little early today because there's a lot of shit going on. Uh, Saks came in, underperformed on their earnings, um, which is odd. SPY down almost 100 basis points. Um, Looking weak. The futures for the SPY were tanking overnight. We have SLD coming up. So we can expect to probably see some more of this correction continue. Microsoft buying Activision. So that shot up 35% in the pre-market. Um, Starbucks might be stable. I don't know. I got time on those. What else is big this week? Oh, BBIG probably gonna squeeze. Um, I bought like 300 shares in the pre-market. I don't know how long it's gonna last, but um, yeah. Is there anything else? I bought some stuff for the VIX, I guess. I'm sorry for what I said about your shirt yesterday. It actually did look very nice. I threw it out. Um, so you'll never see it again. You say FTDs due Monday were deferred to next week, or are they due today? FTDs for Monday were deferred. Let's see if they were due. So FTDs deferred Monday are due this morning by market open. Recession might be good for secondhand games. Maybe. So the time we turned around, I don't know how long. So if you guys looked at the daily, um, I think they could try to like drag this out a little bit longer. From a technical side, it looks like they might try to push us down to like 104, maybe 106. Although there's a big wall of puts at 100 and there's a gap down at 91. So, cool, Daddy. Thank you for re-upping, man. I appreciate it. Um, See if I can play you a nice song. Yep, getting a morning song. So that 9K put contracts, most of those are synthetic longs, right? Some of them might be long puts, but it looks like the vast majority of those were sold. So, if anything, longs would probably have an interest in keeping those out of the money. Got an internalization question for you. They're internalizing large quantities of the buy order at market prices. That means that they internalize 1 million in buy orders. That means it's costing them $120 million, right? more Nesquik. The current like dark pool VWAP is like $140. So it's like way up here. So they're internalizing buy orders at a much higher price than what we're currently trading at. What do you think about leaps on BBIG for IV sensitivity? I mean, the IV is probably just blown out at this point. I just bought shares because I could get in the pre-market. So I got in like 20 cents ago. Big slam on XRT, DKS. This is pre-market action. I mean that's 10 shares. I wouldn't be super fucking concerned with it. What are the odds that MS buy of Activision blew up a short position on that stock? Pretty good. Activision built up a lot of short interest over this year, so if it's the same entity short, that it may hurt them. I was kind of just hoping for an announcement that GameStop was being bought out by Microsoft. They've been looking for retail establishments for a long time. You think the lengths the short hedge funds seem to be going to are indicative to how big squeeze is going to be, or how close are they to squirming out of this? Could they be making progress? Maybe. I think they make some. We may have figured out how. Does that mean that once the current internalization is over, we will go to at least 140? Not necessarily. Generally, when things correct, they overcorrect. Um, and a correction for us at this point would put us at like 180. Um, so I think we would surpass 140 by quite a lot. Seems like the T-bill yield hit a 2-year high that'll put downward pressure on the market today. A lot of things are putting downward pressure on the market today. But yeah, it should put some if yields are up. If we start to move this week, will you roll on the 25th? It depends on how much we move. So it's relative. They might have actually happened had RC not intervened. What do you think about Bob's DD and graphics appear to show a big run mid-end Feb, unless they are not to scale? What? There's already a run end of Feb, regardless. That's just the OPEX runs. So quickly, you guys forget what ran the stock in August and November. It's the same shit. That keeps going on. That's on the gamer ramp on BBIG, worth using as a case study to show people what could happen with GME. Probably not. Very different. Also, the number, like the breadth of the call chain on BBIG is very constrained. GameStop has strikes between like 50 cents and $950. BBIG does not have that kind of range on its strikes, and so you're not going to see like a volatility squeeze. Most likely. Because there's simply not enough chain. Fidelity shortable to 173K. Borrowing, yeah. They returned some over the weekend. Where are people getting the idea that Kenny is out? I have no fucking clue. Also, we don't know how deep Kenny's in. Like, it's just the idea that Citadel carries the primary short position on GameStop is not necessarily true. Like, it's likely, but it's not necessarily true. Citadel doesn't really, at least the market maker arm doesn't really make their money off of short positions. While it's possible they absorbed Melvin's, I don't think that would be common practice for them. They do, however, you know, play volatility. But it could also be, that Susquehanna is carrying the breadth of the short position. It could be 0.72. No, arbitrage, Mike the Legend. So Activision will go up and Microsoft will go down. Because Activision's the cheaper stock. Some of the Activision shorts, Jane Street, Citadel, 0.72 Wolverine, well, they're fucked. Those are some of GameStop's. Did Citadel buy the 770,000 shares to short GME? When? No, maybe. I doubt it. Not in a block order. It was 735,000, by the way. During OPEX runs, because they match buy pressure with shorts FTDs, or is the only way to avoid it to drop the price in order to wipe out calls? I mean, the only way to avoid OPEX is to drop the price and wipe out calls, although that hasn't been successful yet. December and January are not ETF index OPEX periods. So many shills pumping BBIG in here right now. I bought some. I think it'll run, but my price targets are pretty tame. Like $6, maybe 11. What do you think of the Swedish banking platform saying 511,000 shares held by 21,000 users? Okay. Which bank? How many countries do they serve? Is it only Swedish residents? I feel like there's a lot more digging to be done there to get any kind of to make any kind of determination. Yeah, I'm not gonna chase Activision. That's stupid. Vans is only Swedes. Okay. Any thoughts on DWAC? I just think it's a pump and dump. I mean, not that you can't make money on it, but it's risky. I borrow back to 100K. Okay. Any thoughts on DOJ and FTC joint press conference today? No. What do you mean short hedge funds can internalize dicks for so long? Can only internalize dicks for so long. It creates asymmetric risk. So the more they internalize, the more pressure there is for them to release that internalization. The cost of internalization will continue to climb. Which you see in the divergence. Um, just had a commission check settle. I love this price with futures. Do you think we can go lower? If so, how much? I appreciate you, brother. From a technical standpoint, I think we could see as low as 104.50. There's a gap to fill down at 91. Some of the puts at 100 are actually short. Not many though, I don't think. So I would say the stronger price targets are 10 like 104, 106.50, 104, that range. And then possibly 91. I would be patient. I don't think there's a rush unless we start ripping. Um, you might save more money than you lose by just waiting. How much time does 1.5 billion buy Citadel? Some. The scope of the short positions is not just GameStop. Remember that. So you can figure out the cost, maybe, like what it's costing them to internalize buy volume on GameStop. But you also have to consider that they're internalizing volume on XRT and most of the basket that ETF contains. So, Macy's, Nordstrom's, DDS, AMC. You have to check out the OI on XRT for March 18th. It's insane. So is the put OI currently. What is the better price up or price down? RSS seems to gleefully want the price to tank. I mean, the longer we're down, the more pressure and gamma exposure build to the upside. Um, so there's more positive potential energy on a move up because options are cheap, right? And the ramp is being built to the upside of the current price action. What's dark pool VWAP on DDS? Hard to say. DDS doesn't experience a lot of dark pool volume generally. I could take a look. I might have to have Turd look it up. Uh, Actually, it looks like DDS is coming just up above its dark pool index. They're just starting to at 250. On the 30-day time scale though, it looks like around $340. So isn't it enough money to roll like 30,000 options to next year? I mean, if they're rolling like 30,000 puts to next year, then you're gonna see a lot of buy volume come in as that hedge is shed. I'm not buying any more GME right now. I picked up like a few contracts at close on Friday, just more fabs. I don't have any intention of buying anything out until out on the 25th or rolling anything. I think we got a link to the DD on Citadel and no longer be short on AMC. Look at Bob Smith 808's profile on Reddit. It's on there, Jack Young. Yeah, I think Goldman had like bad earnings. Yep, I know about Microsoft buying Activision. Oh, ding ding, by the way. President Darth for mod. We'll begin the voting soon. You discuss have you discussed Microsoft acquiring Blizzard and how it can affect GME? Why would it affect GME? It has nothing to do with us. If the short positions over there got blown out overnight, I mean that might be good, but well, the cherry on top, that's potential mess. It's just a no-brainer investment at this point, plain and simple. There's a gap at 91. I don't know if we'll hold 100 or not. I think he's referring to Jimmy's deal with Microsoft. It's like irrelevant. Um, they just have like a distribution deal. It doesn't. I don't think it means anything. I didn't forget a super chat. I answered it. I don't know why people think Kenny's out of trouble. Probably because the price is low and they're being bearish. Probably not a good idea. Unless you want to buy more GameStop. I have a rash on the side of my foot. Is this related to GameStop? Probably. So what are they going to cover? Looks like they're happily doubling their short position. It's not that they're doubling their short position. Um, they're bringing the price down for a reason. If you guys can, please drop some likes. It's a big help. That's because Fibonacci's don't exist, see Millie. Lou of Wall Street is a con man and a liar. I don't think he knows anybody, let alone knows where Kenny is transferring his short positions. They're substantially increasing their short position to push the price this far down, though. In the near term. a lot of this shorting is through puts, right? So it's not really that they're increasing their short position. They're increasing a synthetic short position on GameStop in order to drive the price down. That's not a long short position. Like the type of short position you're referring to is like a borrowed share that is then sold short and held as a short position over a long period of time. This is naked synthetic shorting from a market maker due to a massive number of puts being pushed into the money. Like 20,000 in the money puts currently. Do you think they're slowly covering their short positions as over the last year? Possibly. We're trying to figure that out. I mean, of course they are. Like there's no question that of course they're slowly covering their short position. If they're carrying that much risk, they are going to slowly back out of it, right? Ideally without losing too much money. It's not a quick process though. If you do it quickly, the stock runs super hard. So why can't they choose to keep buying puts? Because money's not infinite. And if this is Citadel, this isn't even like one of their bigger positions, right? They have money deployed everywhere else. They can't just allocate all of their capital to GameStop. If they start doing that, then they're selling off other positions, which reduces their margin. No, their money is not infinite. Not even close. These guys are all margined to the fucking hilt. Like they don't just have free cash floating around. Maybe some, but very little. Hey, add affiliate links to your chair and stream gear and stream description. It's free money. My Staples chair? I don't think Staples is gonna hook me up. Is this retail selling or actual shorting? It's just shorting. I don't think retail is selling significantly. What's the better use of $2? Buying a Snickers or buying a Jan 21 950? Snickers. Was the members only stream important yesterday? I don't know. People said they liked it. Apparently, it was just chock full of useful information. Can't they keep covering through XRT forever? What impedes that exactly? I mean, XRT has limits too. What do you mean covering? They're not covering through XRT. IBK borrow rate's still at 1%. Yeah, I'm aware. Fidelity's dropped though. They returned some shares over the weekend. If they're already got out of their short position, buy pressure is strong the lower they go. Even if they already got out. Yeah, I mean, buy pressure is stronger the lower we go. Of course. The value of the retail dollar goes up in relation to the stock. So we can buy more GameStop per dollar spent than we could at, 250. So it puts pressure on them either way. And then, there's pretty strong evidence of institutions entering long positions on GameStop currently. So I'm not too worried about the dip lasting forever. When we go sub $80, do you see more and more retail selling? And will it make it easier for short hedge funds to cover and close short positions? If that's true, should we just sell at the height of the next cycle? What? Why would people sell below 80? I feel like more people would buy than sell. If we go sub 80, I would buy more shares than a large chunk of people probably currently own. Like, I would easily double my GameStop position below $80. I think that's true for a lot of bigger investors. Would you please, for the love of DFD, DRS so we can go up? That's not how that works. The $100 puts are short. They are short puts. Not long. They are sold as part of a synthetic long strategy. So there is no incentive for anyone to drive them in the money, except to maybe get rid of them or to try to damage the long position. But they are not a profit base for the current put positions, like the long put positions on GameStop. What retailer reading SS and this has been said to happen for several months? Why sell all-time low when dates of potential insanity is in a few weeks? Some people can't handle the psychology of the dip. And I mean, we're low enough that this definitely looks like a dip before the rip, right? Look at Goldman. I mean, it bounced back a little bit, right? Nope, it's still just dropping off. No, it bounced back a little. It's they're sort of recovering. Jesus, fucking, they had bad earnings. Like Goldman never has bad earnings. This is the end game of DRS, hence why they pushed it so hard. The stock is easy to price control now. You do know it's more volatile to the upside as well, right? It doesn't make it easier to control the price. The price isn't actually that much more volatile than it was before DRS. DRS has had relatively little effect to date on the price action of the stock or its sensitivity to volatility. Do you have a price target for BBIG? Like six something, I think. I want to sell some. If we break 100 as our next resistance, 40. No, there's some resistance a little higher up. Not much, but a little. We'll see. We don't. I mean, technically, it's like a whole new year. I wouldn't even go back that far to find accurate support and resistance. Do you think heavily shorted gets squeezed high during the 2008 financial crisis? Volkswagen? Sorry to talk about this. Covering through XRT again. Please comment on this. How does one cover through XRT? What's the method of covering and closing a short position through XRT? I'd love to know. What's the reason for the dip before the rip? Generally to dodge gamma exposure. So if you have gamma exposure up here at like 140 to 200, they want to short the stock below that before letting off the pressure. That way that this gamma exposure doesn't accelerate price action on the other side. If they fail to get the price low enough by the time they hit the gamma exposure window, then the price just rockets. Right. Like shorts sell naked calls, right? And buy puts to drive the price down and away from the calls that they've credited themselves. If those calls start to go in the money, that magnifies their losses. The same as a short would, right? Naked calls have an infinite loss potential. So they drive the price down to avoid GEX this week and start covering the synthetic exposure before the next future cycle in March. Yes. I think that's their plan, is to try to keep the price below the window of exposure. If we look here, this should have something. Let's see. Like ideally, they want to keep the price from crossing this window. If the price goes above this window, call volume picks up dramatically. Oh, wait. My bad. There we go. So it's in their best interest to keep the price down here in this low range until expiration this week. This represents like 200 million or 300 million in losses, something like that. And if it breaks out above 150, there's really nothing holding it back. Roll Feb 18s up and out. I mean, that's what I'm going to do on the 25th. Trying to average down to 169 today. It's too cheap. I've messed it up and slipped to 168. Fail. You just need to buy one share at like 500. GameStop's lack of response to this is appalling to investors. Eh. What do they need to comment on? The price being low? Why are we talking about resistance when retail is basically the only thing keeping the stock up during these dips? I mean, it's not true. Is everyone just going to be fucking lame and bearish all day? Take a break. Walk away. I think they're confusing XRT with an RSS post about using it to satisfy FTD locates. That doesn't work. Just double their losses. How long does support and resistance lines stay relevant? You said a year is too long. Would it just be a few months? I don't think last year's support and resistance are valid now due to the increase in volatility of the underlying. These are 1 minute candles. How does OI put call ratio look this week? Bullish? I mean, max pins above us at 137. So a little bit. Yep, that's for the 21st. That's the gamma they're worried about dodging, though. That's leap. That's leap exposure for GME and ETFs. What about XRT cash settlement? If people cash settle with XRT, the managers of XRT still have to go out and buy the shares. Monkey pesky. Do people just? And I know like 50 people commented exactly that. I saw the conversation in Discord. If they needed this low to avoid that much gamma, it's bullish as fuck to me. They wouldn't be pushing this hard if a higher price had less risk. I agree. Can you show me an option leap with the price from previous year? What? I'm bullish as fuck on this sale. So bullish. In addition to averaging down in some of my options, I'm gonna buy my own 100 volume candle tomorrow. Thank you for the financial entertainment. You got it, Seacraft. I don't know what you mean, Crowler. Uh, well, that's what we buy far dated. Now we're thinking Feb 18th might not be far out enough. We'll see. We don't know that yet. That's why I am waiting to roll. You guys can roll whenever you want, right? It's their options. Don't forget that if the price of your option is down, the price of the, comparable March 18th option is also down. So you're just paying for the difference in theta. Maybe there's a slight change in IV. That may even benefit you. I'm not sure the motivation. I don't know why the fuck anybody would sell here if they didn't sell at 350. Kenny might be trying to take over Robinhood. I'm pretty sure he kind of did already. He has an ownership stake. Entire market down due to China property debt news. Several property companies downgraded in default. Evergrande isn't the only one, just the biggest. Yeah, no. I don't think I don't really think anyone gives a shit about that. Shanghai and Shenzhen were both up last night. Hang Seng was down a little. This is more to do with yields going up and a possible interest rate increase. I think I should start looking for entry here. Did those fill? Fuck. No, not really. Hmm. Just walls of puts on shift search. Nice. Ideal week for a share buyback. Yeah, hopium's always great. Is there a way to tell if retail is selling? You can watch non-block sales for the day. I don't think they're statistically significant. Is the whole basket tracking our action this morning? Looks like it. Yeah. Oh, wow. I don't think BBIG has fallen below its any EMA. It just crossed its 120 or 180. Yeah, I don't. This doesn't look bearish at all. Negativity only helps the other side. Buck up, put on big boy pants. Getting rich isn't easy. Negativity begets more and only hurts us. Now's the time to be an effing warrior. We will win this. Thank you, Ghost of Dan. Bullish statements. I'm feeling more zen at these prices than I was at 135. It makes sense since a lot of those leaps are still below these price points. They are. There's still a lot of calls in the money. Does this also mean we run in 35 days? Not necessarily. Why 35 days? The market maker's not going to hold those bags that long. No shill, FUD. Is it easy to sell a computer share? And what do you define easy? Is it easy? Like, can you just click buttons and sell shares? Yes. Is it like a trading platform? Is it going to have quick, efficient sell orders? No. It's a transfer agent. It takes like 10 minutes to sell a share. I feel like there's a correlation between clear shills to Twitter viewers ratio and price action at any given time. I think CPI data comes out today. I think the FTD report comes out today, doesn't it? Why do so many people want a market crash and think GME will rise? Because they're stupid? There's your answer. Is squeeze on BBIG going to affect GME in any way? Probably not. Seems like we don't care if they pin their market crash on us. If the US and the UK were smart, they would just jump their rates like 3%. Take the short term correction for future stability. Um, no, because they sell covered call positions on AMC. So they want the price to go down. They just want to capture money off the premiums off of the volatility. Fintel BBIG buy long signaled. Okay. How high do you think BBIG can go? Like $6 to $11. That's on the timetable of the BBIG squeeze. No idea. That's why I bought shares. FTD data should be available today, but I wouldn't expect them to get it out until tomorrow with the holiday. Yeah, it's possible. Is it possible that they found a method to repress MOASS at all? I mean, they can try. Of course, they've found methods to try. God. The fucking hubris of people sometimes is unbelievable. It's. it's almost as bad as them thinking that they could short stocks over 100%. To think that they wouldn't have an exit strategy for if one of those positions went the wrong way. Last campaign video posted in Pigeonwheel chat. Highly recommend. This is the way. Use your constitutional power to vote. This is not a democracy, Darth Dan. I sent you a Ko-Fi, but it got censored. Oh boy. The fiance I got pre-approved for a house. We had an offer accepted. Now I just got to send in the last 2 months of bank statements. Do you think they're gonna like my value being halved in the last 2 months? Should I actually just tell them it's bullish as fuck? That's what I would go with. I would tell them that you're speculating and the markets are currently down. Don't forget, those are assets. BBIG running for sure now. Looks like it. Yeah, I'll pop it up on the screen. Did it just halt? Nice. Glad I bought in this morning. Don't chase BBIG. I don't know how much upside it has. I don't think it's going to like $100. Do you accept super chats? I mean, what do you mean accept them? You can do them. You don't need to. If you have like a question or something, just ask me. You should watch it because I have a Cuban I have to finish now. That sounds. Is that sexual? Are you still doing Dan work? I didn't say chase BBIG. I said don't chase BBIG. I don't think it has that much range. God damn it. Roaring Kitty. Back again telling me to ban Darth Dan. This is clearly the only trigger for MOASS. Thank you for your input, Mr. Gill. Am I tired? Always. My only reply is to go fast. That's not true at all. Chasing BBIG like no one's business. Chasing is like my dog who got a hold of a chicken wing. Oh man. Did you see Tara throwing a tantrum on Twitter? Why the fuck would I listen to anything she has to say? Ever. I spent 2 minutes in one of those fucking uh Twitter spaces. They were doing like something with Tara and that fucking dipshit. What's his name? I can't remember. They were talking about AMC, and I've never seen such a cesspool of ignorance in my life. Everyone Kidder update his about on his Twitter from a method for hunting stocks and pouncing on investment opportunities to make then we'll know it's him. What the fuck did you just say, C Millie? I'm not afraid to be in the red. I'm literally cherry Kool-Aid. BBIG unhalted. Cohodes. Yeah, that idiot. You want to say thank you for the response to the McMillan's options book? Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I spent 5 minutes on Twitter and I ended up investing in some girl's bathwater. Good job, Hafra. PPIG is not the squeeze of the year, and it's definitely not going to $100. The fucking options chain runs dry at like $11. I just want to make it clear that I'm not chasing BBIG. I've been bag holding 500 shares at $6. Congratulations, Willie. I hope you averaged your cost basis down. I think I think C Millie was fucking with me, but I'm not sure. What's going on with BBIG? What's climbing? Why is it climbing right now? It's just shorts and doing things. Are people pooping on Twitter? AMD gonna do a thing this week? Not today. All right, hold on. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Oh yes, the bull trap. We'll see. It looks like it's finding some support. We'd be looking for a bounce here for a breakout, probably. I'm not fucking with you. Have Roaring Kitty change the period in his description on Twitter to an ellipsis. Change the period to a dot dot dot. Okay. I mean, I can't have him do anything. Getting my 23andMe results soon. Anyone want to bet on my ethnicity? I'll post on Discord. Nothing like sharing your genetic information with the world, Nick Nobody. Congratulations to you. Um, AMD offering 1080p mid-level visual settings with integrated graphics at 60 hertz is phenomenal. It's pretty good. Are you an Italian native? No. You think Renaissance Tech is ignorant for buying 2.5 million shares of AMC and none for GME? Yeah. Or they're just selling covered calls because the IV's spiked and people buy them. They're just doing what Citadel's doing. Rentech's not like a bull fund. They just get into stocks where they see opportunity and then they get out. very quickly. Dressed as a Victorian chimney sweep, calling himself Darth, ramble about a vote or something. I don't know what's become of my life, but I can't turn back now. Nice. All right, consolidations looking Is this turning around? It's a hell of a struggle for fucking $5. Just go up more. Just being a little bitch. There we go. I will become a dillionaire if President Darth becomes a mod and you read this out. I normally don't do memberships like ever, by the way. Thanks, Willem. Please explain rolling 25th if the cycle theory would have us going up on the 26th. We could go up on the 26th. I may wait the extra day. I may not. We'll see. It'll depend on what's going on up until that point. Yeah, I know. Activision being acquired by Microsoft. Is it true that you only read my messages when I pay you? No. Even when you pay me, I usually don't want to read them. 510s are now $69, and I think everyone should know that. How is internalization legal? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know if it's the real roaring Kitty or not. It might be. If it is, he really wants me to ban Darth Dan. This is his third time mentioning it. You never read mine. See, read yours? What? I didn't miss anything. BlackBerry doing a thing. Cool. Suspiciously Dan-like behavior. I agree. Please, can you explain internalization? Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, you're kidding. Okay. Thank God. Can you refer to all pigeon whales as sir or lady? Change your name. Microsoft buying Activision means COD on Game Pass. That's a money printer. Yes, it is. You said you would start YouTube drama in your first stream back when you had 2 subs. Now you have thousands. I've started drama. I would like to know more about dicks. I can show you the dicks. It takes time to file an SEC complaint that someone is boofing our buys. I mean, the SEC doesn't give a shit. They're allowed to do it if they're a market maker. They give you shares in the company if you share your genetic information on the internet. That's shady as fuck. I like it. I'm gonna buy some more fucking 23andMe. It's cheap as fuck right now. I got my booster today. The last time I got my vaccine was the 24th of August. So if we run today, I will be getting a dose every day. Best regards, your second favorite kitten. Thank you, certified kitten. Good luck with that. Hey guys, Pantarth. That's not the same. That's not the same person. That's a different cat entirely. You really think my Fidelity account size shrinking so much in unrealized value would be sus to a lender? I don't think they'd give a shit. When do internalized orders tend to hit the market? When they release them. Interesting. Hmm. GameStop's looking kind of bullish on this very short time scale. Get out of here. No. Hmm. Interesting. Jimmy looking super bearish on the long term scale. Oh, yeah. Did CTM quit firing? Nope. Netflix price is going up. I canceled it. I'm just going to give them more money. Can we be mean to you all week in order to vent our frustrations? No. You think a lot of those puts we're seeing are CSPs? They might be naked puts. They might be CSPs. They're probably naked if they're selling them as a synthetic long. Am I talking about what you're thinking as you're watching BBIG? I think it broke out and it's having a tough time with 550. I'd imagine that's an open part of the options chain. Popcorn Chitter, I only farm mold in order to get easier access to an ISDA. Trying to use small position in BBIG to practice looking at a squeeze. What signals am I looking at besides volume? You can use RSI if you want. Ugh. I could use. Not a huge fan of that. Well, it's not bad for the risk. Not a huge fan of the color channel either. Probably just RSI. I guess you could. I mean, there's more. This is kind of limited. Let's see what I have. Big fan of ADX. The short time frame. K. Ooh, KDJ. could use KDJ. Although it's kind of hard to see. BBIG has some of the same shorts as well, like Activision. Yep, good. More pressure is better. Did you buy me? No, God no. I was just joking around. Is this next level low? I really want this trend to continue into payday. I think there's going to be big buying pressure just before Feb for a lot of reasons. Okay. Call volume still rolling in, yes. Right now, very put heavy today, but call volume has been rolling in. What are some of the things you're looking for this week to determine price action? More down and or up, depending on how we move. I think that'll be and like a move to the upside, especially like some like back to max pain before Friday would be very significant. That's on BBIG's volume. It's a lot. A lot of options churn probably. If those low prices sustaining for long periods means longs can average down, would that increase the likelihood of people to sell on the rise? Yeah, of course. That's just like market psychology, Barms. Is the margin call range for GME still 350 to 500? Probably. Wait till them tax returns come in, boy. Can you explain what causes these tremendous amounts of volume and excess several times the entire float being traded in a single day for several days at a time, like we saw for GME and now BBIG? It's options churn. So as hedges are bought and dropped, it just churns tons of volume. Sounds like you're looking into some shorts having covered. I'm not looking into them having covered. I'm looking into how they're covering. How long does it take them? What processes are they using? And what ways time works against us as far as a short squeeze is concerned. Ew. Is the FTD cycle theory done at this point, or we still have too much time to tell? The FTDs are occurring. Our volume, our pre-market volume, our daily volume, all up. FTDs are coming in, but that doesn't mean they have to print them to the lit exchange. That doesn't mean that they're net short. FTDs simply create volatility. So were we right about FTDs coming in? Yes. What effect will that have on the price action moving forward? We don't know yet. They are currently attempting to drive the price as low as feasibly possible, probably in an effort to dodge a lot of gamma exposure through January 21st. At some point, they have to release that pressure. When they do, the stock will go back up. They don't have infinite money. They can't do it forever. I made $8 on BBIG after losing a couple hundred. If you had Feb BBIG options, would you hold until next week for Leap Gex? Maybe. It depends on how much of the chain was in the money come Friday. DJ Lamb, enjoy the weekend stream, mostly for the shirt that looked like a bulletproof vest over another shirt. Thank you. It keeps me safe. I live in a rough neighborhood. People see that shirt and they're like, I'm not gonna fuck with this guy. He has a terrible sense of fashion. Luna DNA is a community-owned database that rewards individuals' shares in the database and rewards for contributing their health and DNA data. Shares entitle members to a share in the profits. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. What if you need to kill someone? Like, I'm not saying like, what if you're a murderer? I'm saying like, what if at some point it becomes necessary to kill somebody, and then you've publicized your DNA in a public database. Like you're not just it just ruins your chances of getting away with it. Why did Tesla squeeze if it would be possible to get out of a short position without increasing the price? It's not impossible to get out of a short it is impossible to get out of a short position without increasing the price. What we're trying to figure out is how can they get out of their short position without getting margin called. Also, Tesla's short interest wasn't nearly as high as GameStop, and you really just cannot compare the two companies at all. Witness the might and beauty of the Pigeon Whale Dam. Also, I really hope this is the last free member milestone I get to use. It reeks of shilling here today. You DJs need to remember that they wouldn't be shorting this hard if they had covered already. Riku. View up down Disciple, sir. Thank you. I'm seeing 100 and 110 puts OI up near the midpoint. I can't tell if these are bought or sold. Yeah, if they're at the mid, it's going to be really hard to determine. 2K OI bought 121 P100. Are they bought? Let's find out. I see some 220 puts. So a lot of in the money puts coming in. 100? Okay, let's see if these are bought or sold. These are most likely sold. Yeah, these were bought pretty cheap. Or sold pretty cheap. I think these 100s are sold. Just more sold 100s. OI's up though, which also indicates they're sold. How do you feel about efficient market hypothesis? Complete bullshit. Is your opinion on borrow rate increasing by 4%, 0.4% since Jan 10 significant, or does it fluctuate like that normally? It doesn't fluctuate like that normally. The last time that we saw a borrow rate increase was, let's see, the June run. I think we saw it again in August briefly, and might have bumped a little before November. So generally, they don't borrow real shares of GameStop. Like they don't dip into the lending pool unless they have to. It does seem that when they do start to dip into the lending pool, the borrow rate goes up pretty slowly. So it seems like there's plenty of shares to lend. Um, Although it's hard to say. I mean, like at what points or break points they're increasing the borrow rate because we don't have visibility into it. All we can see is what IBKR and Fidelity have available, and I think Wealth Simple. I mean, it's 23andMe has been at a bottom for quite some time. Um, yeah, I mean, if you want to go long on it, obviously this is a great opportunity. I don't think you'll see it much cheaper. Did it halt? No. Why is it not trading? What's going on? Oh, okay. There it goes. That was weird. Oh, it was just an even. It just wasn't trading. It was just a okay. Um, yeah, just it seems like a good entry price. I mean, you're up like 30 cents from the low. But if they're announcing partnerships and stuff, I mean, the company looks fairly solid for the like future improvement. It's probably a good growth investment. Since BBIG was up 20% or so on Friday, it won't likely be running for at least the next 2 days. Not really. I don't think that put a lot of options in the money DVS. 20% on $4 is just, 40 cents. Or no, 80 cents. This is up 80 cents. It's probably not enough to put a significant chunk of the call chain in the money. 10%. Um, I'm holding back on most of my bad bulletproof vest riffs, but also you're a loose cannon, Garrick. The mayor's breathing down your neck. Sure, you're first in the door, but that was a monastery. Edward Kenway, Rocket, thank you. Starlight, how did you last night? I was late to class. Girk was the professor, and when I got there, we had a pop quiz on identifying pendants and wedges. I hope I passed. Sure. McCune, bedposts on spouses and sketchers on bovines, bright green candles and warm bull mayo, 950s that expire weekly. These are a few of my favorite things. 80 cents. Yes, 80 cents. Uh, I like how hard it is to sell luxury products to be a billionaire. If AMC have a huge market share in the popcorn business, it can easily sell billions of dollars worth of it and clear its debt. What? Dude, no one gives a fuck about AMC selling popcorn. Jesus Christ. It's AMC luxury popcorn. We've got a crazy in here. You mentioned something about Darkpool VWAP earlier. Is there a lit exchange VWAP too? Yes. How do those impact price? They're just the price at which the majority of volume is trading. What do you think of Crayons? I don't know. I spent a lot of my time trolling him. Um, Only 17K left GME and XRT. It was 28K on Friday. Interesting. So XRT sold off 11,000 GameStop shares. Curious. Triple top on BBIG? I don't think so. It's just trying to break 550. Do you think they're keeping the price as low as possible so they have enough margin to handle the upcoming sneeze, which they know is inevitable? It's possible. It's possible they're positioning themselves for a sneeze so they don't get blown up by it. AMD makes literally hundreds of dollars a year on popcorn. BlackRock bought 9 million shares of AMC on December 31st. Okay. For IWM? Admittedly, I own one share of AMC just to say I own more than the CFO of the company. FTC and Justice Department are holding a press conference today at 12. Okay. Seems like they're also using this to psychologically anchor retail to these low prices. Running 200% right now, a lot of people will be more likely to sell. That is generally how that works, yes. Just look at Bloomberg Terminal. Where the fuck are you looking at Bloomberg Terminal, Stefan? Also, what quarter was that filing for? Like it was reported recently, but what quarter? You're the Elon Musk of YouTubing. Interesting. Here's actually look at the similarity in the shares outstanding. A fucking massive drop off in shares outstanding from the 14th turd. Is that what you're talking about? Fucking BlackRock earnings. When are BlackRock's earnings? One second. Guys, when are earnings? Okay. On the 14th. It's this high quality japery that I'm here for. BlackRock has finally got your in office studio finished. Of course. I'm telling you after MOASS, let's do a hostile takeover of AMC. We can turn the popcorn stock around. How? I just want to seller box it, VWAP Downcycle. He's streaming earnings. Can you explain OPEX and Feb? It ran hardest 4 days after expiry. Sideways the first 2 days after expiry. It ran that Wednesday, right? What was the options expiration date? Hold on, I gotta check what the date was for Feb. I think it was the T plus T day was Feb was one of the ones they waited till like the last minute. It was the 24th. Yeah, 23rd was the T plus T day. And they put the orders in market open on the 24th. But this was the OPEX settlement for February last year. So expiration was on the 19th. Monday, Tuesday traded flat. Wednesday market open. It started to go up. Don't forget this, like on the 25th, wasn't from the OPEX settlement. This was just from the massive amount of gamma exposure. So it's like a gamma ramp. Oh shit. Okay, I won't read it. Transfer. What? Dude, you need to cite all of that, first of all. Like, thoroughly. Because I I don't I don't think maybe like work with some of the guys in the quant Discord and like peer review this analysis or conclusion. I don't have time right now, but and then yeah, you would need to cite each. Oh, sorry. Where'd GameStop go? Fuck off. Can you comment on Turd's Twitter post yesterday? What was it? Turd, you need to when you talk about things on Twitter, you just can't assume that people understand what you're talking about. You're talking about cash settling FTDs and ETFs. If they're cash settled, the ETF managers still have to go buy the shares. But it does shift the obligation onto the ETF instead of the person using creation. Approaching the GME anniversary, is there any one thing you wish you could have done better? Sold at the peak in November? Oh, and held my earnings puts. Yeah, Microsoft acquired Blizzard, or is acquiring Blizzard. Now, if you load up YouTube, instead of showing a link to your stream, it has a mix of your videos. It seems to do that sometimes. I think it might be because I don't post my upcoming stream like far enough in advance. Like, I should probably schedule all my streams for the whole week, but I don't do that. I just schedule them like 3 minutes before I start them. That's just HBO Go, VWAP. Can you check Zynga? You got Feb 25. So you just want to know if there's more upside. 100% up. This consolidation looks bullish. I would expect it could continue breaking up. I would say I would start formulating like an exit strategy. But you don't have to necessarily start trying to capture profits here. Jesus. My throat is so dry. The upcoming Jan 20th expiry is from sorry. Jesus. December 15th. Which I think was the it's one of the gamma exposure windows. It's like where we began that like slight uptrend into the 22nd. Hold on. What's the purpose behind driving their puts and the money? If they cash settle, the price goes back up. If they deliver shares, they're further short the stock. What incentive to go in the money? We think they want to drop the price in order to enter entropy swaps. We think they want to go long theta and negative gamma and have exposure to delta price action. So that they can survive a run up. And I think once they've entered those positions, they'll let the price run. What are your VWAP settings? Mine looks different. Probably different. It's because we have different data, DVS, unless you're paying for data. So different order books. I have like a paid order book. So setting up another sneeze. Yeah, I think so. What makes you so certain that this run up is definitely coming? Well, I mean, the price of the stock will need to run for OPEX on Feb 22nd, no matter what, because they have gamma exposure from the options expirations. Have they defeated a lot of that? Probably in the short term, but can they carry internalization out that long? I don't think so. It looks like a good opportunity for them to try to protect themselves from upside movement. They didn't slam the price on the whole sector for half a quarter for no reason. Dan Dividend Matthews. I've seen the light. Stop being delusional. What light? Is MOASS less likely now this run up? It might be more likely if they're trying to position to survive it. You're implying that my Feb 18 calls that are down 85% might not be down 100. It's possible. So sneeze using Jan 21's delta to entice people to sell out of Febs because Feb gamma is more dangerous to them. That's possible. Dan Dividend, you're leaving us? Too bad. Could at some point the short hedge fund become our allies in getting to MOASS once they position themselves to not get nuked by it? BBIG dead? I don't think so. Stabilized? Yes. Dead? No. Probably a gap to fill here. Does this have a negative effect on their margins if they have internalized it and they let it rip? Not really. Because then they're printing all those orders in the market, freeing up their margin. Who would be counterparty to the entropy swap? So, how would a counterparty take on the risk of the price increasing if it's being engineered that way? Is it more so margin management with the swaps being dated after the run? Why wouldn't there be a counterparty? The counterparty doesn't have to take on the risk of the price increasing. They can just be long volatility, right? Is that ordinary for normal working class retail traders have this sort of resolve that we have when dealing with the psychology of dealing with dips? No. Most people bail. They bail and then they buy back in when the price looks positive and lose profits. That's a complicated explanation, Teddy Bear, that you're probably better off Googling. So futures FTD doesn't mean a big run anymore. I didn't say that. Futures FTDs could still mean a big run. But those don't come yet. Those aren't until the 25th. But if it is a big run, they need to keep the gamma exposure from this week off of that run, right? The things they're doing make sense relative to the position we think they're in. Because if they don't short us under the gamma exposure, right, under that window I showed earlier, this, if they don't keep us under this going into next week, and they do have lots of net short FTDs from the futures, then they're going to have a serious problem because they're going to have all that gamma exposure. On top of the FTDs that are due. So it is in their best interest to try to dodge as much of that exposure as they can. Now, don't get me wrong, they'll still have gamma exposure from the puts being settled. But it'll be less. See, they're the ones selling those calls. And they sell them naked, right? So they have no hedge, essentially. They're not a secured call. They're not like a covered call. They're just a naked call. And so to hedge a naked call, they would have to hedge appropriately. And since the stock is illiquid and they can't hedge appropriately, their best bet is to try to drive those calls out of the money. Then after those calls are closed, they don't care what happens, right? After those have expired. I think we have a breakout. Weak though. What happens if they do dodge? Their exposure will be minimized. I mean, they'll still have gamma exposure from the put side, but it won't be as significant. And they'll have made money instead of lost money, right? It would be prudent, yes, OG rules. We'll see if they try to. They may not care, given that most of the long calls are being bought further out. This would make a good short for YouTube. Yeah, I still don't know how to do this, but I have someone kind of trying to help me do that. Are you saying that people are better off buying holding versus buying calls? I thought we didn't have proof of not hedging calls appropriately. We do have proof of not hedging calls appropriately. They have excessive gamma exposure on GameStop every quarter that proves that they're not hedging appropriately. If they were hedging appropriately, they wouldn't have that much exposure. The price would run in advance of those dates, not after the expiration. For everyone asking if Girk is still holding his Feb 18s, yes. No plans of rolling over until at least Jan 25th. Yeah. Jan 25th is the first day I'll be looking to roll over, and I may wait for the 26th, just given what happened February last year. I still wait for that last T+2 day. So I may wait as long as the 26th before rolling those. They'll make more money than they lose, but less losses than otherwise. Yeah, essentially. It's almost like a break even strategy. Or at worst minimizing losses. I thought a shitload of those long calls purchased last week expired this Friday. Some of them did. That was like those two big block orders expired on the 14th and the 21st. But there's a lot of long positions that are further out. So they break even while we lose everything. How are we losing anything? Did you sell? They break even here. And we profit here. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction with liquidity this low. So it's no, yeah, sure. We're unrealized gains are down in the near term, but they go back up. Every fucking dip, same shit. Same people complaining about the same shit. What do you recommend for live charting during a run, MOASS? Since you won't be on, preferably free. I think you can use WeBull for free for charting. Your brokerage probably has software that you can use for charting. Trading View, you can pay. Um, Unfortunately, that's not free. I think TDA is free. It's very good. I think we're in MOASS already, just in reverse. Sort of. We're in a like a gamma squeeze, in a sense. It's not a strong one, but it is like kind of a gamma squeeze to the downside. It would be nice to see a certain particular, not a cat, right about now. Turd. He was on here earlier. He told me to ban Darth Dan. Check my Discord in the announcements. No, we don't actually know if that's Mr. Gill. Oh, is this ever gonna break out, or is it just gonna fucking do this all day? If they buy deep in the money puts to drive the price down, they sell when the price is down. Don't they make money in the process, or are they losing money somehow? I mean, they're shorting, right? So they have to buy back the shorts. Someone's making money. Someone's losing money. But they're not actually. So they've just started buying in deep in the money puts like last week. The weeks before that, they were buying out of the money puts and then shorting, either via share creation on ETFs or via actual borrowing of GameStop shares. And then they were driving these puts into the money, which created kind of that gamma squeeze to the downside. When that ran out of steam, when we were at about like 130, then they started buying deep in the money puts to get the market maker to bring the price further down. Either way, all the hedges that occurred because of this, when these are closed, will be covered. Tesla dead? Yeah. On the daily? I think it could bounce here. Hold on. It may not be. This could bounce, Victor. I'd watch it really carefully. It may fall through, but I would watch that whatever resistance it's currently holding. Like 145. That would be my risk right now, but I think it might bounce. Oh, shit, that's the wrong stock. There we go. Should just use the 5 minute. None of these stocks have any fucking volume. Oh. Money just exchanges forms hands, sort of like energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. Essentially, be smarter, average down Feb 18s or move new money. I am no longer averaging down Feb 18s, Papa Muff. If I buy any new calls in the coming weeks, they will be for March. If I were buying calls today, they would be for March. So I will not be averaging down my Feb after Friday. Friday I bought some more calls at 115. I'm no longer averaging down Feb from here on out. All right, give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something. Hello. Oh no! Breakout slipped. Big short. Hold on, sorry guys. Activision getting bought by Microsoft. Yeah, I know. Video games so hot right now. I wish Microsoft had bought GameStop instead. Oh, these are getting called away. Grab my stop loss, bastards. Yeah, it's good profits. $4.75. Ew. Reconsidering buying spy puts. Do you think this $9 dip from Friday is already the SLD dip, or do you think there will be enough options to remote or require extra payments come Friday and Monday? Oh, I think the spy is going to continue down for like a little while. Probably a couple more days. And especially if they announce a rate increase, I expect it will drop pretty hard. The bounce back will be insane, but I expect in the short term it will drop pretty hard. How much longer do you think they can sustain this dip? No idea, man. No point in rolling. The run up starts the 26th and goes till Feb 17. You're welcome. We'll see. Seems like I chose the perfect time to get out of BBIG. Huh. Now the question is, when do I get back in? Do I wait? Do I buy in now? I don't know if BBIG's over. I think it's going to bounce back. The question is, at what point? Like, is this the low, or is it going to continue to drop? There's a possibility it drops back down to about 450. Is 107 a potential great support for GameStop? I mean, oh, sorry. I thought that was GameStop. I mean, we're holding in this like 110 range. We'll see. We'll probably come up at the end of the day again, as we usually do. I'm out of, yeah, I just got stopped out of BBIG. I took like $150 in profits or something. Minimal. But I think I might wait now. I think it can continue falling a bit more. So I got stopped out right here. It does look like it's turning around though. So the question is, do I get it here below 480? Volatile as hell. When results of the calf pick challenge? I have no idea, man. I have a good authority. MOASS starts in 69 hours. Don't tell Kirk. Why wouldn't you tell me? What do you think about LRC tanking in tandem with GME? At any point in looking into it? Probably not. Shill should be feeding your bias. Why are they here if they don't think it'll squeeze? Because they want to complain. Uh, that's why. That's like why GME meltdown exists. On the OPEC time windows, do you end up buying weeklies? Yeah, I have in the past. I got out of BBIG on a stop loss. All I learned about selling a squeeze is I don't know what I'm doing. This, I mean, this isn't a squeeze yet. It's ramping up. It'll take some time, and it's more likely to do something towards the end of the week than here at the beginning. And I just set a stop limit, and I got stopped out. If there's a crash, Jimmy could go pretty low. Is there a lot of options in the money for December? When we were leaving November, there was. I'm odd for 9 channels in this movement, and shills are all over the place today. They're bored. Yeah. have enough Palantir leaps for a lifetime. There aren't 9 reputable channels in this movement, though, either, are there? Do you think they may keep the price suppressed until the 25th if they're more concerned about GEX than FTDs? They may. Well, they would just keep it suppressed until the 21st if they were more concerned about GEX. Bobby Joe Bobby. Do you see AMC Investor Connect email? For the self-identified shareholders, you will now receive an exclusive I own AMC NFT tradable of even? Ew. Is our current resistance 107.41 bullish? Thanks, Pam the trader slash realtor. I root for my Jan 21 430Ps on the SPY. Jesus. That's an aggressive bet. ISIG will squeeze again this week. Insane number of FTDs and CTB of 500, zero borrowable left. Wait, what was it? That's not the right one. ISIG. Why is that not coming up? There we go. We'll just continue to squeeze this week. It looks good. I mean, the technicals are solid as fuck. Yeah, if it gets momentum. I'll throw that on my watch list. I need to look more into that FTD data, but it looks interesting to say the least. I sent you another DM requesting an explanation. Can you explain what this highlighted part means? In case of an option exercise, the offsetting transaction is a debit to the reserve. I think this has to do with employee option exercises. Otherwise, yeah, also options have to be exercised with real shares. But I don't think this is I don't think this has to do, like, I don't think the thing they're addressing are like equity options. I think they're talking, yeah, they're talking about employee option exercises. Or at least I didn't see anything indicating that an equity option exercise would require like it's essentially like what it's saying is it's essentially it's requiring like a verified transit or verified trade. I That might be the case for equity options, but I don't think so. If it is, it's super bullish for options exercise. I don't think so though. I think the call writer just has to provide the equivalent number of shares. I don't think they care how they actually provide them. They don't fall. I know they don't fall under bona fide market making. That's specifically outlined in the OCC's requirements and CBOE. Hedge funds can only internalize dicks for so long. Exactly. Why is DWAC ripping? I don't know. Why not? Is IRNT coming up? Interesting. I think like these stocks like IRNT, BBIG, me, DWAC, I think those are all in like their own basket. They have like offset runs that don't match the ones on GameStop. So I think it's a similar thing being done in another sector. But it's not something I've put a lot of research into because frankly I don't give a shit. ISIG might be part of that too. The options price are priced far higher than our current trading price. It's me BK. So no, the options prices are not dropping at the same rate. That's because they're pricing in a move to the upside. Citadel's prime broker B of A. I'm sure they use more than one prime. I think their prime is Stanley. Turd, do you know who Citadel's main prime is? Was it Morgan Stanley or is it B of A? B of A? Okay. Yeah, B of A is the prime. Morgan Stanley was the one who took the other side of the last swap, though, right? Or that swap that Zinco's been digging into. My lived experience has taught me that a man can internalize more dicks than you'd think if there's a will. You'd be shocked if you'd seen what I have. Correct? Okay. Infosys? Bullish? Um, Slipping a little bit below its previous support. I don't know. Okay, this looks... this should fail. What's the market? Market's coming up a little. Interesting. Maybe I won't. Bearish on Peloton? I don't know. They kill babies, right? Don't want to go on game theory, but isn't the 28th short hedge fund's perfect opportunity to cover? Probably. Yeah, we've discussed this a bunch. It's a strategically advantageous day to let the stock run. Is this gonna fail? Yes. Cheaper. I bought options in pre-market this or shares in pre-market this morning. I'm thinking about buying more, but I probably can't. Well, I don't want to get a GFE and I don't want to be locked into them. So I'm gonna have to buy them on probably like Fidelity. I'm just seeing if it breaks this wedge to the upside. If it does, I'll buy in. If it breaks to the downside, I'm gonna wait. I stopped out with like I don't know, like a 50-cent gain per share, something like that. Why the 28th? Um well, actually for the reasons he listed. It's over the weekend, so nobody will have bought into like options positions. Um, it dodges the big. It's like right in between big gamma exposure windows, so they can try to bring the price back down to normalize before the February like OPEX exposure. Yeah, it failed. Now the question is, does it go below here? Hit like or you'll never see Freg again. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Who would you rather get a tweet from today? DFE or RC? DFE. Anytime. I literally just explained to that Cass Sandy. FTD data is out. Cool. My initial thought was shorts were buying puts in May and longs, or shorts were buying calls in Jan. Short hedge funds holding price down with deep in the money puts further out, high delta, low theta, long enough to get ducks in order for the run up, then buying near cheaper calls when they're ready, dump the puts. Yeah, of course. DFE just hits different unless RC is announcing a further buy-in, that is. I feel like DFV tweet would have far more impact on the price of the stock than RC, and that's probably also why he doesn't tweet, right? We're 741. There we go. But I can't tweet right now. All right, man. I'm just saying, it'd be really helpful if you did. I mean, the SEC is definitely waiting to just jump up his ass for anything, right? Pickled Morty is definitely still here. Jesus, XRT had 2 to 5 million FTD days, but down to 350K by the end of the report. Good. Can't sweep. It can still ask to ban Darth down. Nice try, Kenny. Ooh. Why are we watching BBIG? Because I'm looking to buy back into it. Oh, yes. Aha. We will do $5 calls. How much are those? Ah, the pricing on here is such shit. I don't want those. April? 550s. Jesus fucking Christ. IV is crazy. Is it getting lower out here? A little bit lower. 5. July 15th, $5. Okay, now it can rip. I bought 1,000 shares and 10 $5 contracts for July. I got a good fill on the shares. The options, not so much. I was buying BBIG. I'd buy more here on WeBull, but I'll get a GFE if I do. Because I already bought this morning and sold. If this slips a little further, I might buy more $5 calls. Like if I can get 450. Yeah, if I can get 450, I'll buy more calls at 5. 1,000. And 1,000 shares at one 473.3 and 473.2. I just bought BBIG calls. I bought $5 calls for July because they have a little bit lower IV. You sell? Do you have some companies that you use cashless exercise for share accumulation? Mm. I don't really ever use cashless exercise. I think in all of my time trading, I've only exercised like 20 calls that weren't GameStop, and those were Tesla. Also play with BBIG. Why are you expecting movement? Oh, it's like kind of squeezing right now. So dragging down GME due to incoming FTD puts from last year, etc. So is there a realistic bearish thesis for why they're dragging us down? I don't think so, right? Because we're not going to zero. So there's really just, I mean, it's really just them trying to save money, right? Bullish confirmation that they are shorting the fuck out of GME containing ETFs. Check Discord. Oh, you must never tell me to check Discord. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Wait, JFresh, do you have IWM on there? Oh, we're gonna rip so goddamn hard. Wait, hold on. I need to know if he has it. If he has IW, JFresh, put IWM on there. Yeah, put it back on. Let me see what it looks like. I don't think we're out of IWM, dude. Okay. I'm gonna show this one. So, guys, remember the big spike in FTDs that we saw back in like September? And remember how I told you we were looking for just after futures expiry for another big spike in December? Oh, it does include IWM? Okay, good. It's big. It's bigger. It's even bigger. Mm. Oh, theory's wrong. Where's my FTDs? Why is my stock going down? Fuck you, trolls. We ride. Remember November 3rd? Remember the 3rd of November? Oh, this is good shit. What do they do? T T plus 9 plus 35. What do the GME FTDs look like? Oh, GME is included? Okay. Never mind. I see IWM. Wait, is that fails? 8 million fails for the 21st? Wait, what? Increase the share count to cover FTDs. Captain Sticks, Sabinboo, thank you so much for becoming Cornishans, guys.
Welcome to Cornishan. Cornishan. Cornishan.
Update Reddit. I don't know if I want to tell them. No, it's more than 8 million. It's like 11? No, we'd be ripping on. Let's see. That's the Feb 8th ETF FTDs. So Feb 8th is the corresponding day for that. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Yeah, GameStop not in IWM anymore, but that doesn't mean the obligations for GameStop are no longer in IWM. I wonder what I wonder what that looks like if we take JFresh, do you still have our old like the pre-Russell 2000 ETF list? Comment my code very well. Hmm. BTI, SPSM, slide GME. GME FTDs are way up from where they were in September also. Hmm. Like how the buy button circled. I didn't mean to. If the early November run up was September 15th ETF shorts, the next one would be 1.5 months from 1222, putting us at Feb 2 T plus 3. What? No. The September fails came in on the 21st of September. These fails came in on are coming in for the 21st of December. 21st of December. due date for ETF FTDs is Feb 7. Ooh, that's the overlap day. December 20 and 21st ETF FTDs are due on the same day. So futures roll fail, FTDs go boom. 125-ish. ETF FTDs go boom 28-ish. Yes. I think so. What's our... Hold on. I'm trying to figure out the futures. So December 21st to... Trying to figure out the futures FTDs are due on the... Wait. 24th, 25th, 26th of January. Two bar 21st. Oh, maybe I do wait for the 26th to roll. I'm gonna wait for the 26th. Is Feb contracts looking better now? AKA may average down. No, I'm still not gonna average down any more Feb contracts. I still want any contracts I buy to generate FTDs moving forward. So and we're too close to the Feb date for that to be the case. And so I will be buying, if I buy any more like far dated contracts, they're going to be in March or April. Jesus fucking Christ, my calls went up a lot. We're only up like 20 cents. What does this mean for XRT movement? Bullish. I may average down XRT. All right, further dated calls. I mean, I'm a trader, Jettle, so yeah, for me, a far dated call is like out past a quarter. So why won't you buy more Feb calls? I'm not going to average them down. I'll just buy. I already have enough, first of all. I have basically all the calls I intended to buy and then slightly more than that on top of it. So if I do buy more, they will be further out. Because if we're going up that early, like, if we're going to see significant price improvement, I'll explain this. Maybe this will be easier. So if we're going to start to see significant price movement later in the cycle, right? Whereas last year we saw a lot of price improvement here, right? This period of time showed significant price improvement. But if that's kind of offset this year and our price improvement begins here, right? Then we have, on February 22nd, 23rd. Hold on. Let me check the OPEX. Is there a holiday in Feb? 22nd. Feb 22nd. We have our OPEX T+2. And these are after the Feb 18 calls. So even though the Feb 18 calls may print a lot, if them pushing out this gamma exposure created more upside out here, then I'll just wait for the Febs I have to go up and then roll them out or roll them up and out, depending on how much improvement we see by the 18th. Feb 21 is President's Day. Okay, so... Oh, that does offset it. Hold on. Feb 21, 22, 20. So it'd be Feb 23 then? Because that's not a trading day. So it'd be Feb... Oh! That's why we ran a day late last year. Son of a bitch. When was President's Day 2021? Fucking, I'll Google it. Hold on. The 15th? Did that offset us by a day? 15th, 19th expiry. That's why we ran on the 24th? No, that wouldn't have offset it. If it was on the 22nd, it would have. Someone said it's on the 21st this year. Is it on the... What fucking day is it on this year? Oh, because it was a leap year. No, the previous year was a leap year. 2020 was a leap year. It's the 21st this year. That'll push us out a day. So that'll push us to the 23rd for T+2 settlement. Wednesday. No. Yes. Wednesday. Right? Now I have to check. Wednesday the 23rd. Or as late as Thursday morning of the 24th. Ooh. That could be like an end of week run. That would be fucking awesome. Because you can buy 2 DTEs. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I might get some weeklies that week. Yeah, it wouldn't have offset us last year. Last year, I think they just covered at the end of the T+2 window. So they covered here. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So this year they could cover, because of President's Day, they could cover Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. CNBC equals scam? I don't know. I don't really listen to them much. What's the earliest call date that can generate FTDs? March 18th? Yeah. Is March 18th still T+2 plus 35 from today? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Today is the 18th. So the earliest calls that will generate FTDs from today are Feb 24. Feb 24's purchase today would generate FTDs. I mean, the closest options expiration is Feb 25 digital good time. But an options contract has to be beyond February 24th in order to generate FTDs. Feb 25th is the closest contract date for that. Generate FTDs or benefit from price improvement because of both. Because by buying further out calls, you generate FTDs before that call expires, right? So if you were to buy, let's say a March 18 right now, right? Wait, where the fuck is my, oh, there it is. Let me do it on here so I can see what 1 second. So if you were to buy a March 18 C, right? Today. 2 plus 35 days from today, any synthetic shares used to hedge the initial purchase of this contract, so on Feb 24th, would fail. And then it has to be rehedged with more synthetics. So far dated options contracts generate a greater number of FTDs because of that. Because the contract extends for a period of time longer than the FTD cycle. So by everybody buying far out calls doubles the rate of FTD generation per contract. Which means if you have a 0.3 or a 0.6, like say you have a 0.5 delta call, during its lifetime, it will generate 100 FTDs. Then if you exercise it, it will generate 100 more. I should probably clip that. So 2 days after, I'll explain what we just saw. 2 days after September futures expired, we saw a massive spike in FTDs for GME containing ETFs. This quarter, we are seeing the same spike, except slightly larger, in December on the same corresponding date. These FTDs were realized on November 4th or November 3rd. Remember when we went up massively, market open on November 3rd? This is that spike. This was the September spike. This is the December spike. Also, FTDs throughout this entire period significantly higher than they were in the period leading into September. Which is something that we noted, remember, because we discussed how much liquidity was provided by the share offering and ETF rebalance. Which meant that we were going to have lower FTDs through this October-November cycle. But FTDs have been ramping up into December. And they even look much higher after on this peak. Oh. Ew. We get a couple of March 18 150s. Do you think the price continues down over the next few days, or are they going to start picking up in price? It could continue down for a few more days. I think the low range of this run is near where we are, like 106.50 to 104.50. If they continue to apply pressure, there is a gap down at like $91.80. It's tiny, but it could be filled. I feel like if that fills, we're going to move pretty quickly back to the upside. Shouldn't their November rolls have come due? It was December. December was the roll period. November was the OPEX. Every cycle is exactly the same, right? It begins with OPEX. Which are our, Feb, May, August, November runs. That brings the price up. Then, after that point, they either roll or fail. If they roll, the price comes down after the roll. There's a significant price improvement into the roll date. And the price comes down after the roll, stabilizes, FTDs remain low. If they fail, then the price continues down until they hit a period of high FTDs, which spikes the price up. That's the easiest way I can explain it. I truly don't understand their strategy. If they drop the price below 100, 120, calls in March will be cheap as fuck. Even if you don't believe in MOASS, I think most people would agree Jamie will go past 120. Yeah. I don't think they care so much about the price. You care about the price, but that doesn't mean that the positions that are facilitating this drop care that much about the price. I think they want exposure to upward price movement, and they want to buy into that exposure cheaply, which is where we're at now. Yeah, I'm still holding Feb 18s. Everyone's gonna keep asking me that all day. Why would I have sold them? Because the price went down? That's a stupid reason to sell my contracts. Especially when they're that far out. These are my super chat, dude. I thought we were expecting a run in late Jan and early Feb, now late Feb. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a run in late Feb no matter what. Okay, no matter what happens during January, there is a run in late Feb. There is a run every February, May, August, and November due to the OPEC cycle. The run that's being played with Feb 18s is the anomaly window that is caused by futures failure to rolls. So when they let the futures expire, it creates a shitload of FTDs, which runs the price up in the middle of the cycle instead of at the beginning. Why do people not understand this? Based on this new info, are you planning to roll your Febs on 125? I think I'm going to wait for 126. That's still when I plan to roll them. Unless we see significant price improvement. If my Febs start to go in the money, if we're hitting like 180, 200, I'm not going to roll forward my February contracts, right? I'll wait for them to continue to accrue value through the rest of those ETF FTDs. VTI was an ETF on December 21st, somehow failed to deliver over $500 billion. JP Morgan made the squeeze statement December 18th, 19th. Oh, shit. What? That's the Vanguard one, right? So in other words, all these January contracts we bought with your previous DD in mind are worthless. None of my DD said to buy January calls. I had January 21st calls for the December 22nd window. I sold them on December 23rd. So why the fuck would anybody buy Jan 21 calls for a Jan 25th run? Someone at RSS said they had evidence RRPs are being used to short GME. Oh man, that whole post is complete bullshit. Like absolute bullshit. Read the comments. Please do not take this question as FUD. If you saw something that changed your outlook, would you make it public right away? Correct? Yes. If I saw something that drastically changed my expectations for upcoming price movement, I would let everyone know immediately. I would not sell and front run them. I would let everyone know in advance of market open. You've suggested right along that Feb, yeah, I've always said that Feb 18 and further dated calls are best. Many people took the less risky path and bought April's and January's for next year because they had the capital and they didn't like the risk. Some of us, myself included, bought for Feb 18 because the risk has profitable potential. November 3rd was an example of future ETF failure. So FTDs from futures in ETFs. What's this VCI business? I'm looking into it. Holy fuck, 5 million FTDs on XRT on the 21st, almost 6 million. Yeah, I know, turd. They went big. Yeah, someone's shorting the entire market. $2.5 million FTDs on VTI. It's over $500 billion of equity failed to deliver. VTI fails greater than 10,000 since July 20. Highest last December was about 25,000. Jesus. One of the ETFs is VTI, which is the entire market. On December 21st, there's a failure to deliver over $500 billion worth of equity. News from JP Morgan quants about a short squeeze came on December 18th, 19th. Those are going to be due soon. There's 13 days on the list. Seven ETFs contain VTI. Jesus Christ. Have you seen anything in the data that suggests DRS has a positive impact on FTDs? No. Given that most of the FTDs are generated, like GameStop FTDs aren't that high, but GameStop containing ETF FTDs through the roof, right? Um, that's why we're probably not seeing a significant effect because they're not really borrowing shares of GameStop. Have short hedge funds show their hand for this cycle? What? I mean, they kind of are showing their hand a bit with this massive drop. Thanks, less is more. He's trying to get a hold of me for name the instrument is Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund ETF. Shares relative shares. Owners ETFs borrow their shares. Huh. I wonder if it's the index itself that's accelerating the OPEC cycles. Because those what's kind of interesting is those are index and ETF expiries that occur on that February, May, August, November cycle. But okay, we'll do an analysis on the DRS and the baseline FTDs. Probably we probably won't have it today, but we'll do one again. JR, I have no idea why you keep saying that. Don't forget that VTI holds all of the meme stocks. It's the only ETF that holds all of them. Interesting. Atomic already did it. Okay. Yeah. KO. No significant change in baseline FTDs. Build my life season Jan 21 950 based on your DD. Are they gonna print? And if not, why would you do this to me? I didn't do anything to you. If you YOLO'd your life savings into Jan 21 950s, you're an idiot. Um, looks, are they gonna start getting pounded with FTDs starting next week? I think so. We're figuring it out. There's FTDs. And we already know the FTDs are coming in. This indicates that they're coming in greater quantities than the previous cycle, which is good news, right? I'm gonna take some fucking profits if this fails the test at $5 again. Because my options are way the fuck up. Hold on. Actually, I can. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a Pigeon Whale, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to... Well, I don't think I need to add you to anything. Coup to you, sir. Other Pigeon Whales, Flock, welcome your newest member. Behold him in all his glory as he ascends above the pores. Yes, Steven.
It's a
Can't
motherfucking
DRS
pigeon
an
whale.
ETF.
I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop.
How much does it cost to roll an option? The price of theta between that contract and the further dated contract that you purchase.
You will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Movement, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer?
That's what I've been saying all along,
Seriously,
Steven.
guys,
This isn't
not a
new
cult.
information.
Not a cult.
But I think beyond that, they try to expose themselves to delta on these runs so that they can short-term profit from the upside move. What is this new term you mentioned? Take profits? Well, okay, so if BBIG does that, I'm not going to take profits. Okay, that's just gonna rip now. Cool. I sold out of BBIG here, and then I bought back in. I bought back in down here on this dip. So I'm still in it right now. In pigeon whale status before all of the FOMO pigeon whales. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That means a lot. Why do you believe in SEC FTD data when you disregard other data from them? There are no GME or ETF FTDs. Everything got delivered on time. The price is dropping because the pores are getting out. Thanks for the heads up, Ken Griffin. As always, appreciated. Your market insight is, well, it is. Silent Nuance, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Man, that song is just way louder than the other ones. Looks like we're headed to your 104 target now. Yeah. 104.20 buy is going to be lit. From a fundamental business POV, what do you expect could even push the price up at this point? Positive Q4 earnings report doesn't seem like it would do much anymore. From a fundamental standpoint, I mean, an announcement would help. Especially for their ETF marketplace. I don't think they're gonna, or their NFT marketplace rather. Sorry. Too many terms in my head right now. Yeah, an announcement of the NFT marketplace would be very good. Shit, if they didn't spend a lot of money in Q4, positive EPS in the next earnings would light a fire under the ass of the stock. Space Cowboy, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, man. We usually see membership FOMO on up days, not down days. Yeah, it's a bit odd. ETA on Darth Vote. I'll start it soon. Thanks for the explanation. Really appreciate what you do. Yeah, no problem, man. Can you address Alien's questions so you can stop spamming the chat? Is he tagging me? Please, it is important for me to understand. We all expect the price into the thousands. Hypothetical MOASS? And the hypothetical MOASS? But the counterpart having the buying power in term of liquidity. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Are you asking if the counterparty will have the liquidity to buy our shares? Yes. Too many three-letter acronyms. Yeah. FUD, ETF, NFT, DICS. That's a lot. FTD. With new FTD data rolled in, 11.3 run, and our current price, what do you think would be a practical price target for the run? I mean, I don't know. We're more illiquid now than we were, right? And Gamma's different. I still expect a snapback towards VWAP. 180, maybe 220. More if, there's additional exposure on top of that, which I expect there will be. Do you trade your entire portfolio, or do you have a retirement portfolio with index funds or something separate from your trading funds? I have some shit that I have long, but most of it's just cash. I can use some opinion on AMD. Trying to get out from some underwater contracts expiring this week. Not sure whether it would be worth rolling or just closing. Mostly Jan 21 145s. And AMD doesn't look particularly great for this week. When the fuck are earnings on this? End of January? Maybe expect to see some price increase going into earnings. AMD's had the last few earnings have been very, very good. I'd imagine that trend's going to continue. So even with the chip shortage, they've been doing well. Okay, I'm selling half these options contracts. Yeah, I don't think there's any chance to get positive EPS, but he's asking from a fundamental standpoint what would improve price. Do you have any opinion on the MGGA app, Microsoft, Google, GameStop, Apple theory? No, I don't think. I think one of those four should not be in that equation. Um, I could use some opinion on AMD. What percentage of the words you say a day are acronyms? A lot. Can you do a poll? Not right now. GameStop market value is only 9 billion, which might be the same as their turnover currently, plus all the money they have in the bank and debt free. This price makes no sense. Clear buy. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't think it's sustainable. There needs to be a FUD ETF. Looks like we're down 25% of debt. 20 to 25% day today. We're down 10%. How's that 20 to 25%? Are you suppressing the price right now? I missed the majority of the early stream. They're just buying shitloads of puts still. SSR is a dud. How does buying puts affect the short hedge fund in the long run? Well, it brings the price down in the near term. They're buying puts. They're buying shitloads of puts, and they're driving the price down. It's a gamma ramp, but not the way you want to go. A gamma squeeze even to the downside. How do they still have monies? They have a lot of money. They started with a lot. That's an Elliott wave guy calling it right for once. What did he call right? Oh, hey, my 104.50 resistance held. Sort of. 10 cents off. Close enough. If we hit 98, we'll probably hit 90. Girk, my friends are making fun of me because GME is dipping. Who cares? Grow up. Thoughts on Justice Department at 2 a.m.? Probably not related. Oh, this guy has a bounce here before the next leg down to 94.83. Yeah, I mean, all of the TA is going to mostly point to that gap. If we hit mid 90s, I'm absolutely loading up on late March 120s. I might buy some too. I'm not going to lie. Below $100, I start buying more GameStop. Like stock too, not just options. Thoughts on dip before the rip comparison with VW squeeze? Similar reasoning. Like the reason they're dropping the price now is very similar to the reason the price was dropped on Volkswagen before it ripped. So motivation is the same. I think that's the only comparison you can really make with Volkswagen. What was your stream last night? It wasn't a stream. It was just like I scheduled a video to be released. It was just like clips people requested over the week. Remember, guys, if there's anything that you think needs to be clipped, or I may have missed clipping, throw the timestamp up on the clips channel in the Discord, and I will try to get it in a video by the end of the week. If we start to get a lot of clips coming in that people want, I'll try to do them bi-weekly. It wasn't a stream. It was just a video premiere. I didn't trick anybody. Yeah, the premieres have a chat. I don't know why, but they do. So they short down to cover momentarily for a smaller amount. They short down likely to get into a swap that protects them from upside movement. I sent you something from the SEC on Discord. It's not groundbreaking, but it's their own words. Someone tried to call me. Why are people trying to call me? Stop trying to call me. Market manipulation. This is just like a basic SEC guide to market manipulation. Oh, I'm getting rich. Squeeze, bitch. I'm glad I bought those options contracts. You're all welcome for my impeccable timing of the bottom. We should buy some more. Theoretically, will the run of future FTDs next week be more violent than ETF FTDs in Feb? They could be, yes. But some of those some of the FTDs generated by the futures contracts were satisfied with ETFs, right? And so that debt, if satisfied synthetically via ETFs, comes due in the beginning of February. And it's so hard to break all this shit down. Can you play a song when Jimmy hits 100 to show Kenny he ain't gonna get our spirits down? I don't think our spirits are down. Maybe they are. I know it has nothing to do with Jimmy, but how is not Blizzard, Activision, worth $68 billion? They have a lot of IP. Valuable IP. Draw the exuberance line. It's at like 225 or something. It's up here. 118. Price is fake. DD more confirmed. Bullish as fuck. Exactly. What did you say about XRT 471.91% short interest? That's a lot of short interest. XRT's been higher in the past. Draw the paper handed line. It's at 85. I'm gonna buy if it drops like low, like real low, like into the 40s, I'm going to dump the rest of my money into GameStop. Everything I have. I will fucking sell my AMD. How much is that? Enough to buy a lot of GameStop. Like 3 to 1. If GameStop goes to $40. Over 10,000 calls open for just strikes 105 and 115 XRT March 18th. Yep. Looks like somebody else saw the FTD report as well. Thoughts on the DD saying hired Pie to trick us with the stream last night? It wasn't a stream. Did you see the post on RSS yesterday about in the money leaps on tickers like Tesla, Apple, et al. Expiring this week? It's because it's leap week. Much higher is the percent of ADV in the past years. Any impact on us? Could produce more liquidity in the market, which is probably good for us. Why is everyone still crying? It's all fake, and even institutions are selling. Even if institutions are selling, it would be good for us. No one else to but retail to buy it. I mean, institutions aren't selling. Institutions are buying in right now. God, that's some good TA. Look at that bounce. I'm so good at this shit. It was in a stream, yeah. And Australia isn't in the Midwest. I mean, yeah, it is. It wasn't a fucking stream. It's a video premiere, which I didn't realize was such like a fucking event. I thought I was just scheduling to release a video, and it was like, "Do you want to make this a premiere?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?" BBIG gonna test. I'll never do it again. I'll only release my videos in a nondescript manner. BBIG gonna test 550 again? I fucking hope so. 101 calls on XRT for 318 are up 3,200%. What does it mean? Something's wrong with your data. Jimmy's sitting with $100 million. Maybe. Or they bought them all already. Estimated 10, 15 million shares DRS. When will we see the effect of this, if at all? I mean, we probably would need to see a very significant chunk. More than that. I think there's a tipping point for where we start to see the effects of DRS. And they're more pronounced, and it's probably closer to somewhere above the majority of the float, right? So I was supposed to go to Newburgh, New York this weekend, but I hear COVID is high in the Midwest right now. It is a user. I would stay away. We saw your face and you talked and we chatted and we had fun. Therefore, equals it was a stream. Sure. Usual premieres has the YouTuber join the live chat. Yeah, I wasn't gonna do that. I already made the video. I saw it. Why would I need to see it twice? Didn't Charlie confirm the DRS helps them? No, Charlie hasn't ever confirmed anything reliably. What's a good way to TA support? Like how they get 104? That was my I did TA earlier on the descending trend. It could continue, but that was the low that I saw. You called that TA? Not really. Just looking for a low. I mean, it was right. We found support at 104.50. What do you see for the rest of the week for GME? Probably them continuing to push the price down as much as they can. Why didn't Charlie confirm that rocket fuel can't melt steel beams? I don't know. you explain what to look for after Gmail is topped after a squeeze and is now in the downturn? I have an exit DD pinned to my Reddit profile. You can check it out. Did you peep the BBI chart today? No. Why are there 150,000 open interest contracts at $1? You mean the ones at 50 cents? PDF of exit strategy. Oh, thank you, Carl. There's the exit strategy if you want to look at it. Did the FTD report show as many FTDs as you were expecting? It showed more. It showed more than we expected. Up. FTDs are up. Space Monkey, thank you so much for all your input and energy into the GME squeeze. Super appreciate it. I've been making some money on LMT while waiting for GME to move. Can you please give me your insight into LMT? Lockheed. What's Lockheed doing? Let's take a look. Looks like it's coming up. Probably with the news in the Ukraine. It's going to break out. Don't forget that also with coming in interest increases and bond yields going up, long-term value stocks like this are going to see growth as people move their money out of more speculative growth stocks and into, kind of buy and hold stocks. Lockheed is definitely one of them. That compounded with possible conflict, you could definitely see new highs, maybe even all-time highs, given enough time. I expect this to continue up. It looks good. This is a very confirmed reversal, a breakout of 376. Definitely looks positive, at least for a test of maybe 400. 395 on the low end. So it's got about a $20 range to the upside. So decent range. Probably a very good buy for like leaps. Something long term. At the money leaps. Of course, remember that stock will move based on the politics surrounding that conflict. So, if a ceasefire is immediately reached and it's all just a big show by Russia, it will feel the effects of that very, very quickly. So be aware of the political situation if you're going to be involved with that. I don't think there's a correlation between DRS and FTDs being higher than expected. Most of the FTDs are from ETFs and not from GameStop. Second of all, the baseline FTDs, day-to-day FTDs, are still low. Like, essentially no effect on the baseline. So only the spikes are higher, and those spikes are in ETFs. DRSing has no effect on ETF FTDs whatsoever. IBAR rate decreased to 0.7. Yeah, and that's why. What's your fair price for GME on fundamentals alone? It doesn't have any yet. They have $1 billion and no debt, so that's solid, but they have no forward-looking prospectus, and so there's no high value assessment because we don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm sure actual analysts are running into that same problem. Maybe 180. That seems to be the market supported price. 180 to 194. How to profit off War 101 with gherkin hit. I mean, money is money. What is this MGGA bullshit? No, okay, listen, if GameStop is releasing an NFT development platform, no fucking major publishing houses are going to touch them with a 10-foot pole. Sony, Microsoft, they have their own platforms to release their games on where they receive 100% of the profits. They don't want to give that to anybody else. You're talking about a long-term thing where community involvement would force them to make deals with GameStop to be on their platform. They'll just release their own platforms. You're talking about something that's been going on in the gaming industry for 20 years. They don't like to work with each other. This is why you still can't play Final Fantasy on a fucking Xbox. Or Halo on a PlayStation. These guys don't like to share their profits. Is there a chance they would go after real shares of GME if they need them? We must rip so I don't FTD my kids' vacation, or they remain poor and I continue to soar as a pigeon whale. Q. Q to you, sir. Puba looking like it's getting shorted to death. Maybe. Is the fact that we still have super stock an indication that we aren't at the end just yet? As in, we've seen various censorship from Reddit plus IPO in March. Surely they will just switch it off. Why? Nobody gives a shit about super stock existing. No one's trying to shut it down. No one's trying to hide it or obscure it. It's much better to let it run wild, and then they can, pick and choose comments on it in order to, project a facade of what we represent. That's for PC. If you look at BCI, I've looked at it already. This is another just like people moving into value investments. Big tobacco, tons of cash on hand. Essentially will never go bankrupt. It's a guaranteed business. Anytime people start to lose faith in the market, you'll see them moving into industries that will never go under, or industries that are backed with government subsidies. Tobacco's never going to go under. Too many governments worldwide are reliant on the tax income from the tobacco industry. In addition to that, they sell an addictive product, right? This one's are just shaky, worried about how they'll shut down Supersonic. There's the purple circles and terrible 741 DTR published. A smaller game will have to have major success at the NFT monetization to force big publishers to jump on NFTs. Just like Fortnite forced Battle Pass and free-to-play model onto Warzone and Apex. Yeah, that's right. They will need to see a significant number of people using it before they become interested. So ultimately it'll be up to people to vote with their money, essentially. Will growth stocks ever recover? Yeah, but it takes time. They're the ones most exposed to a downturn in the market, right? Is Microsoft able to afford Activision? The deal is great in the long term for them, but won't it destroy them in the short term? No. So YOLO and Leaps, Kraft Heinz. Kraft Heinz will go up, yeah. Beer, food, cigarettes, military industrial complex stocks, any defense contractors, things like Caterpillar. The government will invest more money into building and infrastructure in order to support a job market. Mayo is recession proof. I threw my life savings into Feb 18 calls and have only 5 shares left. Do you think that's too risky? That's pretty risky. Why do you have so few shares and you're throwing your life savings into Feb 18 calls? Like calls are bought on top of a long position, not in lieu of. Speaking for our friend Kat, what do you think it'll dump again? It may not. Um, for all the reasons I just described about tobacco and defense contractors, this may not drop again. It's holding steady. I'm looking for a rejection at 230, but I may not see one, especially if the market starts to decline more and the Dow picks up. Um, so I may be thinking about like 230 leaps. We'll see though. I mean, my channel play is like it was dead on the last breakout. Like it's sustained this breakout for too long. If it fails again, we probably won't see prices lower than like 220, maybe 215. Um, at best 205. I'm hoping that SLD pushes it down a little for me to get an entry. But if I don't see one, I'm just gonna get one anyway. It wouldn't be the first time I've been overly bullish on Cat, and it's paid off. So Microsoft is a 2 trillion cap company. Activision's worth $70 billion of the buyout price. Come on, people, math isn't hard. I mean, it probably eats up a lot of their cash in the near term. DFU last tweet was Cat sleeping. Pretty much yawn. Wake me up when something happens. Yep. What about calls? No shares. They shorted down from 250 to 140 to dodge the gamma exposure. Now they short it from 140 to 90 to dodge it again. Then let it rip to 300, flash crash it to 150. This sucks. Not if you have options, it doesn't. If they let it rip to 300, a lot of people in here are going to get very, very, very rich. Thanks for sharing the Dick's pics. No problem, JC. Have you got a fair chunk of GME shares compared with options? I have far more shares than I have options. What if it never rips? Well, that would suck. Cuban Max Pain or Swaggy Stacks and explain the huge OI below $1. I already did. They opened 50-cent puts down at $1 last January in order to hedge their volatility swaps via replicating baskets. So essentially, they bought very far out of the money puts in order to hedge the increase in volatility. They bought like a few 100,000 of them. They, yeah, that's basically it. If they let it rip to 300, aren't people going to exercise options to trigger MOASS? Hopefully. I don't have a Wawa or a Cumbies in my area. It sounds like a place where Dan's would hang out. If Jimmy doesn't rip, then I will double time on OnlyFans. If the FTDs, are they not able to hide them on the reports, or do you think it could be more than 11 million? Not really able to hide them on the report, I don't think. Could it be an excess? I mean, there's FTDs after the report, right? Like the report ends, what, December 30th? So, I mean, yeah, there's FTDs that are already booked that we can't see because of the delay in reporting. I don't know if there's a strategy for obscuring the FTDs from the report. Like they can obscure short interest from reporting, but I don't know how they would obscure FTDs from reporting. It's an interesting thing to think about, but I don't know how the like I don't know any mechanics that would make that possible. Speaking of Sony, it got destroyed today. Oh. Consolidation in like the top end of the game market probably isn't good for them. FTDs are just what leaks out of CNS. It isn't the total undelivered liability. Yeah, I know. Are you telling them? I don't know. You're tagging me. Wouldn't covering with synthetics essentially be hiding FTDs? They're hedging with synthetics. Covering with synthetics is very expensive. What's your price target expectation for the next week? I don't have one. I'd like to go back up because this is fucking bullshit. I think they'll hold the price down until after the 21st. I think that's their best play. So I assume that that's what we'll see, given that we don't have the buy pressure necessary to push through their put wall. I remember it like yesterday, May 11 opening price 137. I lurked prior, but became a dilly 8 months ago. Here we are again. Lady VWAP guiding us, the dip before the rip. Let the pigeon well FOMO come in from the 510 gang. Thanks, Pi-Fi. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate you hanging out, man. Talk about XRT a little. What do you want me to say? Seems like it's trying to do a thing today, but keeps going a little lower. Does it have a possible future run up to correct itself? I'm unclear on it now. Most likely, yeah. It's got a shitload of FTDs that are going to come due soon. Are you going to increase your position sub 100? I might buy some March 18, like 120s, 115, 110, whatever's available. Let's open on that chain right now. I have some. No, I bought Feb 115s. I might buy some like 120s if we drop down, especially if we go below 100. Might even buy some 150s. But any contracts I buy from here on out are going to be for March. Oh yeah, god damn you and your poll. I just want to say that I suspect that Darth Dan still has dealings and interactions with the Dans before posting this poll. If he is a Trodan, this is the final vote. And the results and consequences of electing a possible Dan infiltrator to the mod team will be on you guys. Thoughts on Citadel artificially increasing inflation in order to make things more expensive for apes? That way they can't buy more shares to DRS. Oh, thank God. Okay. God damn it, Aaron, you had me scared there for a second that that was a real question. The FTDs involving XOT on the ETF shares itself, or the component holdings within? Component holdings within. Well, ETF shares represent the component holdings within, right? So you're describing the same thing two different ways, and then asking me which one's which. Feeling cute. Might buy some more shares on the dip. Nice. AMC below 18. I'm sorry, turd. I could have told you. The question is, will AMC ever come back up again? It will. It will. It will come back up more, but not much. I also remember that Roaring Kitty said to ban Darth Mod 3 different times. Or President Darth. I haven't been damned like that since grade school. Darth Mod. See, it's this unwavering support from the Dans that I'm very suspicious of. Are you recruiting new apes? Even at fundamentals, these prices are bargains. AMC, what, $30? GameStop, $150? Now let's talk just GameStop for you purists for a squeeze. And we're gonna be rich. Okay, Sitting Bull. Why would I recruit new people? I don't care. I don't like fucking tell everybody about the plan, man. Remember people, Roaring Kitty said to ban Darth Dan. Loves democracy and Palpatine. Roaring Kitty, thank you for weighing in one last time as the vote goes live. Yeah, I know, Bob. Shit's crazy. I told Boss Blitz look better at a view up at. I own 0.027 shares of AMC and still have more than their CFO. I don't think Roaring Kitty is helping him out here. I do too. He's one of my favorite Dans. But is he no longer a Dan? Do you think you'll see another after hours rip and short the next day to get some FTDs cleared? Maybe. Trodan for mod. Yes. Trodan for MOASS. Also yes. Get out of here, VWAP Dan Seipel. I already know what your vote is. This is a Dan admitting that Darth Dan is a Trodan. Before I vote yay or nay, I demand that Darth Dan reveal his position on a few things. Did he DRS his internalized shares? Also, does he condone the actions of Moonwind, notorious rapscallion, and money loser? Finally, is it true pineapple can flavor one's bull mayo? Thank you. Darth, to you. Do you think the after hours rip a couple weeks ago could have been short hedge funds getting out first? Maybe. This isn't the US presidency. You can't just keep repolling and revoting till you get the answer you want. Once a Dan, always a Dan. Ban the man who is formerly known as Darth Dan. Interesting. I love Darth and I love Garrick. Thanks, Han. Noted. I changed my vote from yes to no. He should be cast back behind the Wendy's dumpster he emerged from. Thank you, Daddy's little nut meat. These past few weeks stink of desperation by the short hedge funds, and then dumping this much money to drop the price so far to me says we're going to rip and know it and are scared. If Darth becomes a mod, I'm probably going to seriously consider maybe leaving this cult. A true poll has multiple candidates. I only have one other current possible candidate, and you guys don't want me to mod him. He will ban all of you. Why do I feel like the poll is a trap to collect who needs to be kicked to clean up this place? Ryan Cohen, please ban President Darth Dan. The board currently are working on banning him from owning any GME shares. Interesting. What's he done? The Dans are a hive mind formed around harvesting the mayo from bulls behind dumpsters at Wendy's Pen. It's JFresh. Yeah, JFresh would be the other candidate. But dear God, no. It wouldn't be good for anybody. It wouldn't be good for the Dans. Chicken Tender Daddy for mod. Can we just stream the stock? Why do I have to deal with this shit? Why do I have to deal with rigged elections where ultimately the only decision that matters is mine? JFresh's mod would have an empty chat. This is true. He would ban all of you and just spend all day in here shit posting with me. What I appreciate your consideration for modship. I must decline again, Dad. It's just too much work, and it will take too much time away from my dumpster duties. Uh, I just. You created this cult, now you have to deal with it. It's not true. Other cult leaders have gotten out. Waco, Texas. Well, I mean, it's definitely a cult leader is definitely a blood in, blood out kind of scenario, I think. I'm aware. I mean, but they did get out of the cult ultimately. How does Visceral remain unmodded after his masterpieces? I really don't think you want to get out like Waco. And yet, that looks more and more likely every day. President Darth reminds me of a younger version of myself. Oh boy. Down his luck, an alcoholic who has nothing to live for. Until one day you discover AMC. Who said chicken tender daddy for mod? Someone else. But still out. Who's coughing now? So, yes, I do mean burned alive, but also not in a cult anymore. If we're being judged by our masterpieces now, accurate. I bought a used 5th edition of Options as a strategic investment. Thanks for the Riku. You're welcome, Autistic Polar Bear. Ride together, die together. Cult boys for life. Oh boy. This is not a cult. We have multiple songs about how this is not a cult. I'm gonna find some of them. This one. This is an entire song about it not being a cult. It's in the hymn book. Did you guys not bring your hymnals? This is why I let people campaign for my modship. All I did was drink and make smart-ass remarks. There was a smarter way of going about it. I don't I don't trust structure or people that want to put themselves in positions of leadership. I just like degenerates and shit posters. That's why I don't like the Dans. They're far too organized. I feel it's only fair for you to play my campaign video on screen since I have Ryan Cohen and Rory and Kitty advocating against me, and Adam Aaron. Hold on, I'm trying to read all of this. Aaron, for me, let the people hear my own words. They can hear them on the Discord. I don't need to play your campaign video on the stream. I don't care that much. I've got a sufficient number of mods. This is your guys' thing. You can't come to me and use me as an advertising platform for your campaign. That's not how this works. If this isn't an adult sex cult, then why am I still wearing the GIMP mask you told me to put on last week? Fuck you, man. Oh, that's great. I sent you a message. Damn it, Discord search function, such hot garbage. Mm. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I know you're having a very deep and meaningful conversation about Darth being mod, but can you please tell me the name of the book you would recommend about options? My bookstore failed me. Options is a strategic investment by Macmillan. Not saying you're a BlackRock plant, but if I was a BlackRock plant, terms like internalizing dicks is 100% something me and my BlackRock bros would come up with and try to sell people. I mean, to be fair, you did tell me at closing stream Friday I need to campaign. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I have to I'm impartial by putting your bid for presidency on the stream. I then am advocating for you to be a mod, and I think you're a Trodan. I've never trusted the Dans. Why would I start now? I'm not stressed. I'm fine. Look, GameStop's going back up slightly. Options. I lost all my money by Popcorn Trader. We don't want to. We don't want to read that. It's too grounded. All you ask is that I watch the video. I'll watch the video. Give me a second. Oh, damn it. Hmm. Fidelity at 120,000 shares to borrow. So about half. I don't believe in using Trodans. I work the dumpster for STDs and humiliation. Thanks for weighing in, the Ghost of Dan. All right, I'll watch this fucking campaign video on the Discord in the Pigeon Whales chat. Let me see what you got. This is really long, man. Oh, what the fuck am I doing here? All right, well, I've seen the video. Too few, I fear, have reveled in Darth's rousing Discord speech. It turned me to his side in this second poll. Play it for the undecided. Well, I've watched it. They can watch it if they're undecided. I think the disowning of the Dans and mod chip is too close in time. You wouldn't put an Al Qaeda member who just left the Middle East into the US Congress a week later. Interesting. I think you're giving the mods a lot more power than they actually have. Oh, god damn it. Koala Hugger's back? What are you doing here? I thought you were busy honing your fucking immune system or something. Try to just like licking toilet seats until you were immune to all the diseases in the world. How is Tesla not crashing on a day like today when the markets are bleeding? Did it come back up after you asked me? It did. I hope you sold on the peak. I don't know. The market's not crashing. It's just not doing well. The best part of options is nobody can call you a bag holder after expiry. This is true. How are your calls now? Giving premium to Citadel, Herder. Oh, just idiots. Well, ignore them. Although, I would report them for spreading FUD, like in the most literal sense of the definition. Hey, Garrick, why Jan 21st? Can you please explain? Sorry if you haven't already. Lots of gamma exposure for January 21st for them. A lot of those contracts were bought last year in February when the price was very low. Those contracts have existed for a long period of time. So shorting the price down, getting it low as possible, probably would help reduce that exposure. Am I missing something? Swaggy Socks has Jimmy Max Payne at 137. You're not. Sadly, I cannot do another chug video right now. Dad was brought into the ER a couple hours ago. Infection got worse. He's delirious. Either infection got worse or a stroke, and I need to be able to drive. If I disappear, that's why. Oh shit, dude. Why the fuck are you dealing with this bullshit today when you got that going on, man? I hope your dad's well and he gets better. I'm sorry to hear that. That doesn't mean I'm going to make you a mod, but I am sorry about your dad. What do you think about the DRS poll, by the way? People are going all out to keep Super Stock full of purple donuts. Thoughts? I don't care. B of A and Morgan Stanley earnings Wednesday. Interesting. What are your expectations for the S&P 500? You think it comes back down to 4,500? It's possible. Maybe over the course of this week and next, even below. I think this correction could be particularly hard. Especially if the Fed comes out and announces a bump in the rate. Like if they go to like 0.25 or more aggressively 0.5 or even more aggressively 0.1, it could be like, I think the higher they go, the faster the market will recover, but I think we'll see some pretty significant downside in the short term after the announcement. If they don't do anything, that could also bring the market down. Like they need to address inflation. And the question is, how aggressively are they going to address it? Big bag busting out the Bentley. All right, I can't read either of these. 1 second. Balenciaga, Barty, back all these bitches fucked its big bags bussin' out the Bentley Bentayga. Man, Birkin, bag, Barty, back, and y'all bitches fucked. Okay. Not a plea for Machip, not a plea for Machip. He's in a bad spot, so I've been avoiding a potential chance to infect him since he's so immunocompromised. As I've said before, I stand by the people's decision regardless. I mean, if you were to visit him in the hospital, wouldn't they like test you before they allowed you in? I had to visit a relative at the hospital recently, and I had to get like tested and placed in a quarantine room before I was allowed to visit them. Bars. They're gonna raise interest 0.25 in March, maybe 0.25 again 2 more times this year. They should just do it all at once. Didn't they read it, Girk? They'll turn it into another rap video. Whatever. JPOT will continue to provide nothing but lip service, rate inflation, and will instead announce liftoff. You may have heard of cough burp, but have you heard of cough burp's older brother, sneeze puke? I haven't. That sounds fucking awful. Discovered your channel through Houston. Thanks, or Dill Burr. Appreciate the time you take to do collabs. Yeah, no problem. Been a while since I asked, but I really want to know which trailer park boy do you most identify with. I see you as a Julian archetype. Leahy. Without a doubt, Leahy. Just so aggravated by other people that I want to drink myself to death in a kiddie pool. Didn't you hear COVID only exists in New York and California? The Midwest didn't get it. Interesting. That's an interesting theory. You shouldn't get it if you live on a fucking farm. I feel like Darth probably requires multiple tests and quarantines to go many places. Intersection between 1 year low and current price approaching quickly. Oh, sneeze peek has me laughing out loud. Yes. Rip Jim Leahy. No, not a Randy. That's a Dan thing. Just turned into CNBC to wait for the speech. They're saying market wide sell off right now. Huh. I mean, things are red. Do you have to walk around New York City with your calves covered all the time? Some people may snag a pick and you have your GME shares held hostage. I mean, I never wear shorts, so my calves are always covered. I guess I'll walk around in shorts like a calf slut. Gross. Your thoughts how much longer we will go down? Any known dates with significant number of FTDs? 20th, 25th, Feb 1st through 14th. Those are the big FTD dates and windows. I heard someone say that if IWM closes between 210, the market will tank and we're fucked. Thoughts? That's interesting. Dan is based on the Randy archetype? I mean, sort of. Hales, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. I'm glad your husband allowed you access to the credit card again. That's fantastic. Lurker here. My first options play was ever was a cat Feb 18250. I bought it at $1.05. How bad did I do? Terrible. Like my grandma used to say, it's always the biggest ouchie downs before the ups. Does the FTD's DD apply to other meme stocks as well, or just GME? Uh, it applies to the other meme stocks slightly, but it doesn't seem to apply in as great magnitude as far as price movement goes. Okay, that's it. That kind of shit's gonna get you banned, Koala Hugger. Sorry, man. If you want a platform for made up science, go start one. What is a Dan? Why would anyone want to be a Dan? I don't know. Sending love and healing thoughts to Darth Dan's dad. Absolutely. Thank you, Hales. Koala for vaccination. Unlikely. With the market dropping, the hedge funds' long positions likely losing value. Does that impact the collateral to banks? And if so, what do you think? Well, don't forget the banks' positions are losing value as well, and they become more risk adverse. Yeah. What was he advocating this time? I don't know. I silenced him. What did Koala Hugger say? Something bullshit about COVID. I was already fed up with him. That's the line he shouldn't have crossed. All bears must become a mod. Interesting. That's why koalas have chlamydia. When you exercise your options contract, the short hedge fund has to go into the market and buy shares and cannot create synthetics to satisfy. Since the market is mostly synthetics, what's the difference? Well, the difference is they can't use they can't use bona fide market making, right? And so they have to compound their losses. So if they're going outside of bona fide market making to obtain the synthetics, then they have to pay the cost of the synthetics at the current market price and then give those to the shareholder, but they're still at a loss for the value of the contract or the contract holder. But they're still at a loss for the value of the contract. So they multiply their losses that way. It's I mean, don't get me wrong, they also can multiply their losses by hedging effectively because that would drive the price up. So I'm sure they've modeled like the cost reward balance there and would use whichever one costs less. There's also arbitrage from the time they go to create the shares. And if GME continues to run up from the point of exercise, they can lose money on the difference in price from the point at which the contract was exercised to the point at like, so, if the contract's exercised when GME's at 500 and in T+2 GME's at 550, they have to pay that value for the creation, right? My technical analysis indicating the stack is going to zero soon. Thank you again, Ken Griffin, for your just be careful in Chicago, man. I heard it's dangerous out there. Are they going to do everything they can to get coverage at the lowest possible price? Of course. Why not announce something that could lead to them being covered at a higher price? That's what I would do, but I'm not in charge of GameStop. FTD clip available once the stream is over. Yeah, probably. Kind of a new system for that nowadays. I have somebody doing the editing for the clips from this point forward, so they'll be released after the stream's over. Let's say I had 25K to buy more GME shares. When can I buy that would hurt the short hedge funds the most? Literally whenever. I mean, the dip. If you're just buying shares, like why wouldn't you buy the dip? Why would you wait? So anything above 100 by end of week is a big win due to the gamma ramp. Anything above 140, if we can make it back into max pain or above max pain, it puts a huge amount of pressure on them for next week, like a few $100 million worth. You don't hurt the short hedge funds until they're DRS. You'd be buying synthetics. That's not how that works. Someone told me Chicago was like Kabul. I mean, they're churning FTDs. That's why the volume's so high, but the price is going down. $93,000 FTDs on the 21st of December. Yeah, and about 10 million more in GME containing ETFs. Yep. There's a lot of ETFs with GME. BBIG dead? No. Just flat. It'll run more in after hours, probably. Thanks for saying you're getting back into BBIG. I bought when you did, already up on the investment. Oh, awesome, dude. Good for you, man. Glad you're making some money. I think there'd be one last massive flash crash before the rip. This is a massive flash crash. Wouldn't they do everything possible to keep the price down past Friday? Yes. Or at least continue to do what they're currently doing to keep it down. No way they let us go back close to max pain. I mean, essentially, unless somebody pushes up, this is a good opportunity for them to do so. They may want to. You just don't know. It's the market. Surprises can happen at any time. It does appear that longs are buying call positions out of the money for like further out, like Feb 18, March, April, June. those positions, they with those positions in place, they may have an incentive to do the opposite and buy stock while holding long calls. Um, so the opposite of what the short hedge funds have been doing, in order to push their calls into the money. Is there a trend in the short volume over the last 2 weeks? Like, is the rate of price drop changing in a recognizable way? Sorry for the smooth question. Is there a change in trend of short volume over the last couple of weeks? I mean, short volume stayed pretty consistently high. I think. I haven't looked at the recent ones because I've been just tracking the FTDs, but it should be fairly high. Let me look. Nope, that's not what I want to look at. I think our short volume is always a couple days behind, but let me see. I mean, 1.7. Actually, short volume's pretty low. Short exempt volume's up. So yeah, I mean, less ETF share creation. So essentially, all of this drop from Jan 3. So this entire leg of the drop, short volume has remained relatively low, lower than average. Usually we're closer to about 60%. We've stayed pretty consistently low, actually, since I haven't really been looking at this, but ever since the big drop off December 7th. Yeah, after we spiked there, short volume. So all of this downward pressure is just puts. So they're not using any like creation right now. They're just using puts to drive the price down. It doesn't even, I mean, they're barely shorting compared to our average over the year, which is always quite high, usually above 50%. We're seeing most of our days right around 50%, sometimes even net long. Friday was 54%, but Thursday 46%, 48%. It's interesting. I don't know. I got to think about that. It's probably due to the FTDs because they're buying into the market maker sell pressure. Q-swing churning. I'm just using it as an expression, but pushing FTDs through CNS. So effectively trying to match FTDs up to equivalent volume. Long FTDs to short volume, short FTDs to long volume. That's how they clear them through CNS. DWAC running hard. The timing of DDS likely coincide with GME. It has a crazy bid ask, but seems to be consolidating around 250 for a couple weeks now. Yeah, I would imagine that DRS will coincide with, or DDS will coincide with GameStop, or at least with the ETFs containing GameStop. It's a little more sensitive to buy pressure than GameStop is. It's a lower float with way more lockup. Yeah, XRT short like 400 and more than 400%. What's the end result? Basically, the price just drops and they've spent money, probably made some too on puts. The end result of that is the market maker buys back in to get out of their hedge, which creates a lot of pressure to the upside. When large numbers of puts are closed, it creates buy pressure. Any upside target to keep an eye on to possibly sell my call? Just same way when, last year when everyone sold out of their calls at the peak on Jan 29 and then the price fell. This is the same thing, but inverse, right? With puts. They drive the price down, and then when everybody closes their puts, the price goes up. Yeah, I think that You might be right that the quantity of creation may be the same. And it's just because our volume is lower, but our volume, I mean, based on like our 3 month average volume has gone up pretty significantly the last couple of weeks and been going down for months. On 1.7 or 1.6, when the FTDs first really started to kick in, our volume's been pretty high, higher than it was before since. I mean, we've traded 2.65 today. For weeks, we were trading like 1 million shares a day. How are we doing? I'm doing fine, man. How are you? Sorry, Randy. Turns out it was liquor the whole time. When price go up? When their puts expire? When is that? When they close them. FN, IBKR, UK experiencing problems? Fire drill? Maybe. I have no idea. Maybe an elementary question, but if options are a self-fulfilling prophecy, i.e. buying massive puts, the price goes down, making those in the money, rinse, repeat, why would they ever stop? Well, because when they deleverage, when the market maker deleverages that position, when they cut their when they close their hedge out, it creates buy pressure. So if you're constantly trying to do that, when you close one position, it's gonna put the other position out of the money. Also, it's wildly risky to try to drive the price down with puts. If somebody applies real buy pressure to the market, like your whole fucking position gets blown up and you lose millions, hundreds of millions in the last few weeks placed into puts. The fucking price ran like $20 the other day and they lost like $112 million worth of puts. Or was it $10? I think it was like $10. It went up like $10 into close, and they lost so much fucking money. The Swedish own 1% of the free float. Cool. Good for them. Sweden's a pretty wealthy country, I think. So if Cohen comes out with a massive announcement, short hedge funds are toast. Yeah, they'd be pretty fucked. Do you think we'll trend upwards after Jan 21? Probably. I don't know if they'd suppress it much longer after that. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. What have you guys been doing? Hey, look, GameStop didn't go back down. What the fuck is Joffin? What is the end game of the hedge funds now? Nothing is inevitable. What's inevitable? Death and taxes. Thanos. Yeah, the heat death of the universe. DWAC going down. Good for it. A lot of those $100 puts appear to be sold. So the effect of driving the price below $100 would benefit short hedge funds indirectly by putting sold puts in the money for the longs, but it doesn't benefit them directly the way that driving their own puts, their own long puts in the money would. Do you think this constant downward pressure, as opposed to, say, keeping the price boxed in, is more about profits for short hedge funds or safety? You're forgetting the asymmetric risk, right? As they, if this is our average, and this is the average that options contracts are traded around, right? And they use puts to drive the price progressively lower. There's still contracts up here, right? So the options market is now valuing GameStop at a higher price than the price it's trading at. Long term, right? And so the further they drive it down, the more movement there is back to equilibrium. And generally, the more distance there is, the more it overcorrects. Because as the stock climbs up, it picks up momentum, right? Best time to roll calls? I don't know. I'm going to wait till the 26th. The best time to roll calls is when they're profitable. So everyone's always like, they can just do this forever. And no, they can't. The system does not support that. I'm so confused. RC and DFB don't want me. Adam, Aaron, and Jesus supported me. What do I do? I mean, really, the only vote that counts here is DFE's. I think BBIG is going to get more volatile as we get closer to the end of the week. Option expiry date. I agree, Nesquick. I miss 250. We all do. Can they do this forever? No. God damn it. Goddamn motherfuck son of a bitch. They can't do this forever. Money is not infinite. Tail risk is not infinite. They can only generate so much tail risk before their primes say no more. Their primes are going into bad earnings in an unstable market. If you think their primes are going to be doling out additional, padding for Citadel, they're not. This is not how it works. This is a capitalist structure. They will protect their own ass first. You. I wouldn't mind having someone feed me cashews regularly, Fast Banana. They can play the up and down side and make more money than manipulating the stock. That's the whole point. Yeah, for the most part. Do they win if there's a correction? No, they do well if there's a correction. It's just like I need a cashew feeder on my way. All things being equal, if all they do is just buy and sell options, and the net of that is that they lose the total spread of options they bought. Yeah. It shifts the liability for the shorting onto the market maker or the contract seller who makes premiums. So they're okay with that too. Everything done is an effort to make more money or lose less money. In the example made before, the average of the options and the movement towards equilibrium. If the price was to be bought so low, can you tell us how much the average today? Well, if they're I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You want to know what average do you want to know for today? Like the average price our volume traded at? 107.97. I think that's what you're asking, but I really don't know. If they're buying puts as they drive the price down, puts get more expensive. Because they are getting closer to the money, right? And then calls get cheaper. So people buy calls because they get cheaper. Buying derivatives is not some perpetual motion machine. I mean, they expire. I think a large part of what they're trying to facilitate on GME is kind of exactly that. So you're saying is they can do this forever and have unlimited money? Sure. Thanks, Edgies, for wedgies. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, there's multiple market makers. Is there a difference in your opinion on Feb 18 220 and Feb 25th 260? Limited budget here. I mean, a Feb 25th gives you a little more time, but the price value is beyond our current like our local high. So the odds of it going into the money are slimmer. SSR at 104. I think we already hit SSR today, didn't we? Weren't we down 10% at one point? Yeah, SSR is on. Actually, we kind of started going up right after we hit SSR. Mm, let's see. OI on 100 puts is picking up. 110 calls and 160 calls. Everything else is puts today. Shitloads of puts today. 29 million? Is that right? $29 million notional put value today. Jesus Christ. Your mic is hot? I know, I'm talking into it. Given our volume, it's a lot. Jesus blessing you with a Ko-Fi. Oh, I'm sorry, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I want to say I've seen what Dan's do, and it's appalling to me. And the big man, are you aware of what's not? President Darth Vermont, his prayers have not gone unnoticed, and I support all my children. Thank you, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Do you think Boomer resale are putting because of all the FUD articles and recent drop in price? No idea. They're getting desperate to drive the price down before the cycle kicks into gear. The cycle's in gear. It's just having a hard time breaking out. Most of these puts expire this week. Let's fucking go. Yeah, a lot of them do. All that for $7. I don't think that's really Jesus. Are you sure? Even with 29 million notional put value, why is Jimmy going up? Are they starting to cover for Friday OPEX? I mean, not cover for Friday OPEX, but maybe people are trying to drive Friday's price action into the money. Volume's not really picking up significantly. We're just going up, which means that the short position is being outweighed by buy pressure. So that put position is losing ground. It has to be applied constantly. If they let up, then the price can climb. How can I make a pickle act right? Can't. Jesus Christ of Nazareth may think during the daytime that we Dans are discussing, but at 2 a.m. with a belly full of sacramental wine, you'll find him at many a Wendy's dumpster, fiver in hand. Fidelity Advertising iTaught from iShares as a paid BlackRock shill. Can you confirm that they're launching a trading platform for toddlers? Possible. I mean, Larry Fink, after noticing how much of children's parents' money was being spent on Roblox, decided what better way than to get children involved in the equity markets at a very young age. Yes, Stephen Essie Lee for the 5,000th time. You think that a market crash is coming soon? Probably. If not a crash, a very steep correction. Someone who's not a gamer, is this Activision acquisition a big deal? Yeah. You think retail is tapped out in terms of capital, and that wouldn't be super necessary to apply pressure by exercising calls? I think exercising calls is important for pressure, but I think holding calls and maintaining the hedge is just as important or more important. Do you know if you track GME right alongside GME, they follow the exact same price movement? Have you just been spending too much time with JPresh? They were going to, but blow bucks. But luckily, someone from marketing caught it before they could hit print. Listen to your collab with CLW. I like your ideas about what RC could do with game developers. Do you think there's any possibility of them building a blockchain exchange for stocks? That's unlikely. Could be a lot to manage. Do they have infinite money? And can they do this forever? Fuck off. Max Payne for 122 is 140. Is this a sell price because of Max Payne? Max Payne for 122 is a Saturday. Good luck. I hope you hit your price target on that day. Could you touch very briefly on Feb 18th? See, God damn it. Are you looking to roll the 26th? If nothing happens because they missed the OPEX in late Feb, here in late Feb now has me wondering if mine aren't far out. Who said are you looking to roll because they missed the OPEX in late Feb? Here in late Feb now has me wondering if mine aren't far enough out. I'm trying to understand what you wrote here. I'm looking to roll on the 26th because theta decay will increase after that point. And I want to take what value is left in my contracts and move it forward. It really has nothing to do with the cycle. I think the run on the OPEX day is pretty much a given at this point. And so yeah, if we don't see any price improvement in the near term, I will be doing that, but that's several days away from now, so I'm not super concerned with it at the moment. I think my Feb 18s are fine and will realize value in the near term. If they don't, then yes, I will move them forward to Feb 18th or March 18th. Sorry. Hey, Gary, give a meeting. Sorry if you answered this. Thoughts on if you think 104 is the bottom? They will continue to drive it down into Friday. I mean, from a technical standpoint, 104.50 looked like the bottom. Can they continue to drive it down past there? I don't fucking know. It looks like we bounced. I mean, I would say us trading $6 higher now is a confirmed bounce. We'll see if the price continues to trend up. There's a lot of calls that are out of the money that someone may want in the money. Let's hope. It's just the options expiration. At Feb, May, August, November option ETF and index expiries have an effect on the price of GameStop. It's pretty simple. Went parabolic. I think I mean, 60,000. That's a chunk of shares. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Check your DMs. I don't know if I want to. This is Chart Exchange. At 1.1 million volume off exchange today. It's a lot. A lot more than normal. Where are the clips so I can catch up? They will be released after the stream. Prairie Dog, or what I can only assume is Ben, we're well aware of the spike in ETF FTDs. Is January still the highest chance for a short squeeze, in your opinion? Yeah. Well, this cycle is the highest chance. I mean, the cycle starts in December. Technically, November. It starts on November OPEX, runs through January, and FTDs run out until February 8th. So that's the entire, and then because they kicked the can a bit with the December exposure, it's likely that the cycle will run out till about February 14th, which is almost right before the next OPEX date, which is interesting because if the price is already up going into the OPEX date, that's not something we have occur very often. Generally, like, they slam the price before the OPEX date, right? Yep, I've seen the FTD data. Sorry for partying, just excited. I understand. Would you hold UVXY calls overnight? I already know the answer. I just want to see what's in your heart. Probably not. I mean, I have long dated like calls on UVXY, but those I'm gonna hold overnight because this is not a significant enough correction for me. Yeah, no problem, Steven. How do we know a market crash is happening?
Everything goes big red. What are you eating? Stuff.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
But seriously, when are we getting on Reg Show? I don't know. We may not. Favorite scotch? Interesting question, Guy Fieri. McKellen 25? FTD data is in Friends of Benny's. I tagged you. Awesome, thank you. Seems like we mostly just track this by. To a greater degree. So watching down here. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. But negative beta. Will Wall Street bets implode if there is a market crash? I mean, tons of them have puts on the SPY. No, we're still very far from the elation zone. That's up here. It requires a breakout of 124, but it begins at 118. Although my assessment of sentiment may be off. It seems like people are already saying things like MOASS in chat, even though we're still down $5 on the day. It's got to, the FTDs have to go below 10K and stay there. Paris. So no, it doesn't seem like XRT is getting removed from the reg show list anytime soon. Unless it already is. I didn't check on Friday. I don't think it is. What price do you think we need to hit to start moving up? To start really moving? 140. God, it's not even like a real stock at this point. Just $30 up, guys. It's close. God damn it. Now people are quoting Ryan Cohen. Maybe if some of you have ever made option money on options, you would understand how much money can be made on options. Making money on options once can offset losing money on options a bunch. That's it. You figured it out, Jamie. The price of the stock is actually just declining because they're buying shitloads of puts and shorting it. I'm sure some people are selling, but not like a significant number. Internalized. Where do I get access to the members only streams? Oh, it's through YouTube. Justin, there's a link below for the memberships. When's SLD? This week and into next. I think. I'm not sure how the holiday offsets that. I think it pushes it like a day forward. You can't DRS XRT. Lagavulin is the correct answer. SLD on the 19th. Okay. Thank you, TZ. At what point does the SEC step in? This can't go on. It can, and they don't care. Can you please explain how I'll be able to sell out of computer share If one of their people is using the one computer there to play Oregon Trail on a floppy disk during MOASS. I'm sorry, that's just funny. I'm sure you'll be fine, and that their system is slightly better than that. What are the next dates for FTDs? We have FTDs January 20th, January 25th, and then Feb 1st through 14th, with the highest concentration of those being between Feb 1st and 8th. After that, OPEC settlement, Feb 23rd. Yeah, people are way less funny now that we're going up. Still down, but it doesn't matter. That part of it doesn't seem to matter. Question is how many of those FTDs do recover during that after hours run? The after hours run was like 890,000 shares. It wasn't significant. Mm-hmm. Shorts can cover via dark pools, but dark pools always print to the lit exchange. They also have to find sufficient liquidity within the dark pools to cover, which isn't a guarantee. DFV, we're coming for you. I fucking hope so. The XRT fiasco has increased my interest in DRS. That's a backwards statement. Why? They don't need to do creation in a dark pool. I played the Power Hour song. I didn't miss it. Well, the price went up and then it went down. I don't think DRS is the real FUD. That's ridiculous. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I had to grab this full-size bottle of water. My chair is uncomfortable. How bullish are you on BBIG? Like $6.50 to $11, maybe. So not super bullish. It's not going to like $100. Those people are idiots. Would you drink Dasani if we go to 1:30 end of day? How about 1:40? That bottle of water is 2 liters. You almost showed us your assless chaps. Calfless? I have the calf cam off, don't I? Yeah, I do. Unless one of the pigeon whales hacked it. How much would that bottle of water cost at AMC? $17.45. I sold my BBIG and made a profit. Is now a good time to buy back in? Maybe. I don't know. It's a Staples chair. It's a piece of shit. Don't buy it. If DRS is useless, why do you think Cohen made the decision to show it in the report? And why do you think that you understand what his tweets mean better than anyone else? It's logic founded on pure confirmation bias. First of all, the share counts reported in the shareholders meeting report are produced by ComputerShare. They are the transfer agent. So ComputerShare reported the DRS numbers, not Cohen. You do think Cohen's sitting up at night at his tiny table writing the 10Q? Jesus fucking Christ. How else can he protect us from crime? He's a billionaire. I love this idea of like, let's root for this billionaire. He's better than the other ones. He wears jeans. It's fine, Silver Reserve. If I believe in them hard enough, they'll go back up. Can you explain calfless exercise? You just put your feet up in the air and then exercise. It's for those days where you really just don't want to work your calves. Ryan Cohen is going to sell in the next run up and leave all of you as bag holders. That's my DD. You stop stealing my fucking shit, Ken. He's chairman? Are we talking about the meme he posted that someone else made? What about FTDs from ETFs? They are high. There are many of them. They will be purchased. Stock will go up. I'm going to talk that way from now on. From an investor standpoint, if RC acted like Elon Musk, I'd be fucking rich already. I like to believe that's the real Kenny in here, just shitposting his brains out in chat instead of doing his job. That is his job. Why say a lot word when few word do trick? Pi Fi's calves for mod. No. No individual should wield that power. I think RC is a plant. Shocking. No. When XRT makeups. You think my Feb 18's still good? I don't know. I hope mine are. They're down a few $100s. Are we there yet? As in, you are here on the BW chart. How happy are you that the reversal happened 10 cents from your prediction? It's cool. Thanks, Landon. You don't trust RC? I don't trust anybody. Trusting is foolish. Today's headline: retail buys puts on GameStops and mass in the first 10 minutes of trading, buys shares back, and kills their puts later that day. Is Palantir gonna rip to 30? Trust me, bro. I hope so. I have a lot of Palantir, like way more than I want to have. If it goes to 30, I will sell it all. 40 would be better. Everyone like RC, but you don't. Gotcha. No, I just don't care. I don't need to like him. He's the chairman of the company. He has a job to do. He's not even the CEO. He doesn't even handle day-to-day business. But I don't need to trust him. The trust is in his performance. If he performs, then he is to be trusted. That's how business works, Smooth. You don't go, I really fucking like this guy. I'm gonna give him a chance. What the fuck? Mr. Pickle, do you think this following 7-week decline, 4-week increase followed by 1-week spike? I think today we entered the 4-week run. Oh, the stupid 7. It's just an oversimplification of a much more complex thing that sort of, but doesn't line up. Who cares if he tweets? Sounds like shill words to me. Fuck you, Gaff. You're the biggest shill in the biz. It's ridiculous. Yeah, he did good at Chewy. This isn't Chewy. How does it feel to know in a different era your no-nonsense, clear-headed view of complicated facts would have you burned at the stake? That's now. That's not a different era. Do you think the delight customers approach is going to work with GameStop? I've been to a lot of GameStops in my life, and I've never been delighted. Maybe that'll change. Maybe they'll hire the Dans and ensure that every GameStop customer receives a delight. Everyone cares when RC tweets, but you. That's because people are dumb. I care because I hope he's actually saying something instead of just tweeting nonsense. Dandies for everyone. Fucking, that'd bring the market cap up real quick, JFresh. You're being hella negative. I'm just being honest. Do you want to be done Pittsburgh style on your steak? What the fuck is T plus 35, Heim? You're just saying shit. You're just saying bullish things in chat. There is no T plus 35 resolution window. Are you talking about T plus 2 plus 35? Are you talking about T plus 9 plus 35? T plus 3 plus 35? The 35 is calendar days, not trading days. There's a Reg T extension for a failure to deliver. It is. It is, in fact, T plus 2 plus 35 from that day. It's actually just plus 35 because the T plus 2 is already factored in. But XRT is an ETF, so the FTDs are T plus more than that. T plus bag. Your delivery of honesty isn't at all a healthy example for the community. Fuck you too. Why are you so worried about what the community thinks? Are you gonna hold your shares? Then what the fuck does it matter what I say? Ridiculous. This is bullshit today. If you prefer to have fake made up reasons for holding your shares and you prefer other people to believe those fake made up reasons, okay. There's real reasons to hold a GameStop. There's real reasons why the current price is a good entry. I don't need the fake stuff. It's unnecessary. It's just everyone trying to control everyone else's thoughts to try to solve a prisoner's dilemma of other people selling. You'll never stop someone else from selling, no matter what you say. I know the FTDs came out. I showed the data on the stream earlier. I'm well aware of the FTDs on 12/21. You're hours behind, man. You gotta go quick. This is the market. There's no time to let the grass grow under your feet. Do you think the SLD period starting tomorrow will cause the SPY to drop below the 100 EMA? It may. We'll see. It may already be dropping in response to that. Wait, we're down today? Yeah. $6. That's fine. I did clip it. The clips will be released later tonight. That's the new thing. Probably shortly after the stream. I would say they'll all be done by like 5 o'clock. Is it a good time to hold BTC right now? Are we about to see the worst incoming days? I don't know. I feel like if there's a big correction in the market, I think BTC might benefit from that. Remember when you said you should be an anime character hosting a cooking show with the Jamie ticker in the corner? You should do that on these red days to chill people out. No problem, Maeve Steve. I'll get him up quick. A Q clip? You telling us that there will be clips? No, that's too much. BTC bear could be close regardless. Interesting. Yeah, I'd imagine. I'd imagine if institutions are billing, faster recovery. Huh. Just buy the dip. I mean, it's just the same thing for everything, right, Gaff? Market crashes are good because you can buy the dip. If I had one BTC for every time someone said BTC was done, if I had one BTC for every BTC I sold way before 30,000. See you later, Ken Griffin. I'm glad you're not taking any shit. Tell it to me straight, Daddy, or else you're just wasting my time. As long as you're confident it'll eventually go up, then it's always a dip. Well, the up part's not always guaranteed. I know, you're in here all the time. I know, you're super fucking stoked on the FTDs. There's a lot of them. It's good news. Later, bipolar bear. $109.69 bullish. No. I did know that the FTDs are out. We've already graphed them. We had a really pretty graph. Did you see our graph, Bob? Wait, which hand is it? This one. See up there? This one? We'd be streaming. Whose earnings? Look at that. Yeah, that is a lot of fucking FTDs. That's right. I know you do, Bob. Did you graph them having infinite money and being able to do this forever? I haven't. I should. How much to bring back your Cosmic Lightning Warrior wannabe shirt? Too much. The original 140% short position get covered in the January mess. I don't think so. Did you make the graph? No, I didn't. I want to give the credit to the person who did make it. But he's very egotistical already. So we rip at 4:15, like you mentioned in your second live stream last night. I said no such thing. Dude, congrats, DV. And also, hello. Let's talk more calf. I'm not here for your viewing pleasure. So Jan 24, we go boom boom. We may go boom boom. We may just go boom. What percent of the float do you think is being shorted if you had to speculate? Like all of it. Maybe more. Maybe more than all of it. But I also think they're trying to get out of that position actively. Do you believe retail owns the float? It's possible. It seems like yes. Although I'm not a big fan of sentences that start with "Do you believe?" Is there data that backs that? Some. Are the hot tub streams posted a week later? Anything us poor should know from yesterday's stream? What did we talk about? We didn't really talk about anything interesting, I don't think. Entropy swaps? Do you want to know about entropy swaps? They're confusing. Would there ever be a hot tub stream in a hot tub? I don't believe in magic. Wait until I see $100 to buy more. Do you think we'll get there this week? Maybe not. You're not very good at selling Billionaire memberships. Oh. If you guys want to see yesterday's members only stream, become a member. Is that better? I keep forgetting not to tell everybody about the Pickles picks Monday morning pre-market also. And I keep doing that. Yeah, every day before market open. Did I miss out on the BBIG options play? I don't know. I mean, mine are up. Right now I sold half of them. But the rest are up a little bit. I bought June $5 calls. July? July 15th. Which brokerage did I buy those in? Ah, fuck me. Did I say where I bought those by any chance? Did I say Fidelity? It couldn't have been Fidelity. I fucking never buy calls on Fidelity. Okay. Yeah, never mind. It was Fidelity. Cool. Yeah, July 15th, $5. I mean, they're a little more expensive now. Oh, because of my GFE. Yeah. I should really just fund this account already. Just fund it and put it on margin. And then we can have some real fun. Always be funded. I hate keeping large amounts of money in WeBull. I don't have a Cheetos hat. What is Pickles Picks? Is this a member only thing? Yes. See? I'm doing it, guys. If you guys want the tastiest stock tips 2 hours before I tell you about them anyway. And if I remember to write them down, then becoming a member is the best for you. Did I do good? What tier? The most expensive one? WeBull's backed by BNY Mellon. What could go wrong? Ironically, not a lot. I am not currently in Caterpillar. Membership includes calf picks. I've heard rumors. Dillionaire now on sale for the low price of what it cost before. But it's not going up with inflation. You're welcome. It could be 7% higher. So 7% discount, technically. You're either here to learn or hang with Garrick. You don't like the stock, short it. Yeah. Matt Course has trained you well. I'm internalizing the losses on Dillionaire's membership due to inflation. Any not safe for work benefits to the Dillionaire thing? Jay Fresh might send you a picture of his pickle painted green. That's what we got. It's not a lot, but it's something. Retail media already blaming retail for the BBIG pump. Of course. We're doing it again. Look at them trading 265 million shares a day. Fucking retail. Fidelity is really weird with my free ride penalty restriction. I can buy stock same day. I initiate an ETF, but for options, have to wait for settlement. Yeah, that's correct. Could use right away before the violation. Yep. My buy orders have to be limit orders. Yeah. That's all of that sounds normal for getting a free ride penalty. What is it? 6 months? Something like that. You can call them and be like, I fucked up. Might get out of it. It's not a lot, but it's something. That's what she said. That's what I meant. Can I get a refund so I can afford more 510s? Nope. I'm going to buy 500s with all your money. Theories, what happened during the 30% run up after hours? I'd imagine there was a bunch of FTDs covered. Probably through CNS. That's all. 90-day restriction. Yeah, then you'll be able to do things again. I donate to make up for your losses. Thank you, Han. How many donations do you think you'd get if you promised to use it all for 510s? I don't know, but counting it seems difficult. Why would you cover an after hours when there's much less liquidity? Because that's when CNS is doing its stuff. Here's the 7 months, man. Hopefully not 7 more before this thing takes off. Thanks for all you do for us smooth brains and pores. Keep on keeping it real. Thank you, Tickled Pickle 33. I appreciate that. I apologize for the ignorance. Can you explain the count of FTDs for each day according to the SEC FTD release? 2021 shows XRT with 5 million FTDs. However, the daily volume was only 3.3 million volume. Okay. They were printed that day, and then they can be reg-teed out further. So count 35 calendar days from that day, Paris. The new FTD, come on, does it make the shorts look like sitting ducks to other big institutions? I don't know if they care. CNS, CNS, CNS. I've got $1,200 for options. One March 18, 130 is that price. Is it better to get one call for my available money or two further out of the money? Say two 180s. Oh, that's a question between risk and leverage. Do you want to take more risk? Like, can you super afford to lose $1,200? I'm gonna guess no. So you should probably take the less risky path, but it's up to you. Just know that by buying more contracts further out, you are taking on far more risk. That doesn't mean they won't print. It just means the risk is something that you should weigh. Yeah, that's true. Doing good on the capital gains. You're the cutest of the cuties. Thank you, Han. GDS is dropping all day today. Could that be being shorted as well? I think so, Windmill. It's got quite a lot of reported short interest. Do you expect to see your Febs go green still? Yeah. That's the plan. Forget GameStop. Dillard's is the hot new Wall Street bet squeeze. Wait, is it? Those degenerate fucks will print my calls. $4.15 rip? Why? That was from days ago. Someone just wanted it clipped because it was funny. Jimmy maybe downish, but my BlackBerry is up 7 cents. Congratulations, Mudson. You've bought into the best Canadian company. Or the two best Canadian companies, if you will. Can we consider GameStop a Canadian company now that it's owned by a Canadian? Is that how that works? Like, if I get adopted by Norwegian people, does that make me Norwegian? I'll adopt you if you want to become Canadian. No, thank you. Al from Boston's... yeah. Persian American Norwegian. The people have chosen. This is the way. Sorry, Darth. It's time to get back behind the dumpster. I want so badly for you to realize your mod ship, but the people have spoken. DFV came out against you very early in the race. I don't think it did good for your numbers. You were polling bullish after the last round of voting, but unfortunately you weren't able to isolate your voter base, and you've now failed to win the election. Riley Reid posted an ad for GameStop. That'll make the stock go up basically more than anything else I can think of recently. The SEC is going to start buying into GameStop starting tomorrow. To listen to this thick cap Puerto Rican. Can you check my message on Reddit? Which one? I have like 35 messages on Reddit. How the fuck would I know who it's from? SJDG86. Thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. I have like 35 DMs and 587 notifications. Check my message on Grindr. Plan on grabbing any weeklies for the coming weeks. I'm liking these price points. Maybe. Maybe next Monday. I'll think about it. GG. The day is over. Ding ding. Darth Den. I liked how hard you tried. I will leave you as an exiled mod for now, under the condition that you rejoin the Dans. At least on a temporary basis. Your rikus once more need to sound through the halls of the Royal Pigeon Whale Society. I will conduct a meeting with the other mods you've influenced in your direction, and we will decide on a more fitting finalization of this round of voting. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Yes. You must rejoin the dance. If you're going to become a mod, I'm not going to accept you becoming a mod as a Trodan, acting on their behalves while pretending to be not a Dan. I've seen you behind the dumpster. There's few that match your veracity. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a lovely night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crayon, sit. Good dog.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.